What's up, everybody? We are live. My name is Chris Albrecht. That's my friend Johnny Mopar. We've got more friends on the way. This is Direct Connections Live number 3. So, Direct Connections Live is a podcast that we like to do with friends. And sometimes I have one friend, sometimes I have multiple friends. And in this case, I have one friend right now, and his name's Johnny Mopar. The rest are supposed to show up. Who knows where they're at? But what matters is that all 3 of you are here, and we're having a good time. So, I guess I will go ahead and kick this off. And if you are a Mopar enthusiast, then you are in the right place. Don't go anywhere. You're tuned into the best Mopar enthusiast-driven podcast on planet Earth. And I am your host, Chris Albrecht, better known as the Mopar Hunter. That's Johnny Mopar, and this is Talking Mopars Direct Connections. All right. We are live. My phone was going off, so let me just check and see what's going on here.
Yeah, Matt sent a message. He's not going to make it.
Okay, yeah, I see that. The show must go on. Matt, our thoughts are with you, buddy. Blake, I believe, is going to be showing up. Blake from DIY Hemi, and we're going to talk Mopars. That's the game as usual. Johnny, I know that you are very busy lately. What have you been up to?
Oh man, it's been pretty crazy. Yeah, I've been super busy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, as you know, the duct tape drags are going on, and I'm making a big push to make sure I get there. And I'm trying to get my dad's 68 Charger together for that, or I should say apart right now. I'm in the take apart phase of the car. So yeah, I'm enjoying that. So I got the interior ripped out of the car. Floors don't look too bad. There's some scaling. Going to go in there and, wire wheel it, seal it, and put some sort of a liner on there. I think Chris Field was telling me that what was it called? Raptor lining. It's kind of like bed liner lining. That stuff seals pretty good. So
nice.
I put some of that on there. And then I've got to rip the suspension out, rip the brakes off, put disc brakes on the front, put new suspension parts on it. My friend Robert Sullivan's got a 440 in his Duster. He's been talking about selling to me, so the price is good. Sorry, there's like a bug flying around here driving me crazy. I still missed him, so you might see more claps. So anyway, I think financially that's the cheapest route to go to get a pretty badass 440. It's already running. I don't have the super big budget. I'd love to build a stroker motor for the car, but it's not in the cards. So I think we're going to go with his motor if timing works out well. If not, I have another motor, which is probably not quite as badass as Robert's motor, that I'll probably end up throwing into the Charger. It's my plan B anyways. So yeah, awesome. Got to hustle.
Yeah. What's the deadline for that? When do you want it done?
Well, I mean, the drop dead date is October 2nd and 3rd, I think, is the duct tape drags. And so I've got to have everything done by then. I've already bought tickets for it. We're going to end up, my family and we're going to go out a week early and kind of vacation in the area and rent a house, or like what we were talking about doing for Vegas. Yeah. So I could park the car in the garage and lock it up, nice. Feel like it's safe, and then do the tourist thing, and then when the weekend rolls around, hit the track with the car. So
nice.
That's the plan. But I really need to get it together way before that so that I can shake it out, get all the bugs worked out of it, make sure everything is kosher on the car. So I don't really have a drop dead date. I'm just sort of like hammered down, do everything as fast as humanly possible. And, the earlier, the better.
Awesome.
So,
awesome. You're going to show. Yeah, Blake is in the house. What's up, buddy?
Yeah.
Welcome in the shop. I love it. Nice.
In the shop, man.
With a Hemi in the background. And that's branding right there, folks. That's branding right there.
Oh. See what I did there?
Yeah, I see what you did. I love it. Nice. Yeah, Johnny's going to show up to Arizona, and he's going to open the house, and I'm going to be sitting there on the couch like, hey, Johnny, what's up, buddy? I'm here. No, man, I really want to go, but I have not bought tickets yet because I cannot commit 100%. But
Understood.
I'm saving up some sick time at work. Hopefully no one from work is watching this, but I'm trying to get, because I think if I can get out Friday morning and be there, hopefully in the early afternoon, I won't miss any action and then take off late Saturday night or something. But it's one of those events where I'm like, God, that would be fun too. But we've got so much fun stuff going on this year, you know?
We do. So, it's jam-packed, man.
Yes. So if you're just joining us, Johnny Mopar, YouTube star, and the infamous previous owner of General Mayhem of Roadkill fame, and our friend Blake from DIY Hemi. Blake, welcome, buddy. I actually, really quick, before I forget, because my friend Dustin, the guy who sold me my boogie van, has been asking me about modern Hemis, and he was doing some research. Of course, I'm not going to answer any questions. I was like, hey, just go look at all Blake's videos, and I'm sure you'll find the answer there. And he looked through the videos, and he still was a little unsure. So, Blake, I'll ask you right now. He was asking me what year range of Gen 3 Hemi is the easiest to swap and likely the most budget friendly.
I mean, really, they're all easy.
Yeah.
Because I mean, the basic architecture is identical from 2003 to even today. I mean, 2021. You know, to put the engine in your older vehicle, it's going to take the same engine mount brackets. It's going to take the same transmission mount adapters if you're going to run, you know, old school transmission. The only difference really is the wiring, more or less. So, you know, budget friendly. Obviously, the older ones from the say mid 2000s, they're probably the cheapest. You know, if you're talking about budget, ease, the same difficulty level. It doesn't matter what it is. It's just whatever your budget allows. So if you want to just do a super budget, get you like a, you know, older one, 2005, 6, 8, something like that, and just go to town with it. The wiring is it's a little different. I wouldn't say simpler. A lot of the new stuff I think is really simple too. You have to do different things for the newer ones, like you know, skim delete. If it's a 2015 or newer ECU, you have to have it sent off to have the physical unlock service done on the ECM, but other than that, it's near identical on everything else. So whatever you can get your hands on cheap.
Nice. You know? Nice. Right on. Our friend Bud is in the house. What's up, Bud?
What's up, man?
Can you hear us, buddy?
Oh, no,
nice.
What's happening?
Nice.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you, buddy. Awesome.
Good.
The chat is starting to liven up. Very nice. What's up, Curtis? What's up, Chris? Kyle, what's up? Adam, what's up, buddy? Welcome. We're just going to be talking some Mopars tonight. So,
Bud, it looks like you got the lights on this time. I think last time you were on, it looked like you're in the closet or something.
Well, I was telling Chris earlier, I had to use a Kindle last time because our laptop wouldn't work. But well, my wife, she just ran away. She helped me get it going again this time. I'm not very computer literate. So,
welcome to the club.
Oh, thank you.
I don't even know how I made it this far. I don't even know what I'm doing. So we're here. We're here though. That's all that matters. So what's going on, Blake? We just talked to Johnny about what he's going on. What do you got going on right now, buddy?
Man, I am pedal to the metal. It's so much going on. So I'm physically underneath cover project for Mopar Collector's Guide.
Oh.
So this has been hot and heavy. A few little things here or there. We had some hiccups with some conversion parts. So that project's not going as fast as I wanted it to. We had some issues with the malign swap pan setup. They're hand fabricated, so you know, human error, right? So some things were not. The pan itself was great. We had some issues with the windage tray and clearance on the pickup tube. So we called him. Tom at Malign, super friendly. He just said, "Hey, yeah, that's, you know, no problem. That happens sometimes. We hear about it. Just send it back, and you know, we'll get you all squared away." So that was this week. Let's see what else we have. Our latest shipment of quick harnesses just came in. I'm looking at them on the floor right now. So our wiring harnesses doing good. We're also building out an office here in the shop to really accelerate the business. So Mike is here full time, pretty much, and I mean, it's just awesome having him around. He's pushing things to the next level.
Sleeping in there too?
Not quite, not yet.
You put a camper on that pickup truck, he's got a place to live.
I know, right? And I feel so bad for that because when this project came about, we had, we got the engine and everything in the low buck Hemi truck. It's all sitting in there nice and pretty, but this is a big opportunity for us to be on the cover of a national publication. So
yeah.
We jumped on that. We also have a crazy good build our friends at Popeye's Rod Shop are doing out not far from here in Karen Crow, Louisiana. So that is a full integration of the Hellcat system in a 69 Charger, Pro Touring Charger, but it's retaining all the 2015 Hellcat instrument cluster, the infotainment, like the Uconnect system, all that stuff. It is a T56 car that came out of a Challenger. So it's, TR6060, the manual 6-speed. So we're doing custom wiring on that job. That's pretty much wrapped up. I have a few little things to do there. Really, we're just trying to push it to the next level, I guess, you guys. The website, Mike's been phenomenal on the website. So we've activated a couple things like consumer reviews. We've gotten our AdSense accounts up there where it needs to be. So when you Google some parts, typical swap parts that we manufacture, they should come up in the first thing you look at on Google. So just really trying to grow the business and Hemi swap the world, right?
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Mike needs to show up to one of these one time. Tell him he's welcome.
Well, he's on vacation right now.
Oh, where's he at? Where's he at?
He's in Houston. He's on vacation. Cool. Well deserved, man. He's been working his tail off. So props to him, man. All the video editing and stuff, he's really good. I couldn't be anywhere where we are right now without Mike.
If I hadn't seen him on camera, I would have guessed that maybe, Blake, you were schizophrenic and Mike was your alter, but I guess that's not the case. We've seen the proof. So
yeah. Oh yeah. I'm trying to get him more and more camera time because I don't know. I think he has such a great dynamic, a great demeanor. Like he really is. He's fun. Like we get in here, the time flies. We get a lot of stuff done most of the time. Sometimes we just cut up. So I don't know if you caught our last YouTube video. We're pulling the 6.1 out. This guy. For the cover project, and halfway through one of our it's kind of like our time-lapse videos, like you'll see us pause for a few seconds and just watch YouTube videos. So we're like, oh man, check this out on YouTube, this is awesome. But it's just it's fun, and he pushes me to do better, and I think collectively it's just been it's been awesome. So
very cool. Bud, what's up, man? What have you been up to
What's
lately?
up?
What's up?
Oh, just typical muscle car stuff in Iowa as best as it can be for the weather we have. Luckily, we're getting into warm stuff. Supposed to be in the 70s this weekend. That's nice.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome.
So we're starting to work on the 71 Charger again, my son's car.
Nice.
Got most of the interior out. Got to pull the dash. Got to pull the windshield. I got to do a little work above the where the roof meets the windshield, essentially. That channel is kind of rotten in spots. And also below on the cowl. So we're kind of getting geared up for that. We want to paint under the hood this year. We have sourced a 360 and a 727 for it.
Nice.
So we're going to go ahead and start kind of get that stuff rolling. And then just trying to get YouTube things going. I have I think only 2 Mopar videos on there, so I don't want to talk about other brand stuff since it's a muscle car page. But yeah, I got a few things going on there, and just trying to get some stuff rolling out there as car shows start. So hopefully I can get some more content. And
hey, check out Vic's Garage. He's working on a 71 Charger also.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Will.
Yeah, he's a cool guy. One of my buddies in the YouTube circle. I've got like a few buddies. Gosh, I don't even know how many. It's probably like 6 or 7. We're all kind of in the same level of, the small YouTube channels doing Mopar stuff. One of the guys does a lot of everything, not just Mopar. But anyway, check out Vic's Garage, 71 Charger. And then Mopar Nut 62, he's another guy. He's got like I think he's got 71s and 72s and 3s and 4s. He occasionally works on, and he does a bunch of stuff. So, but anyway,
right on. How much do they pay you to drop those names on this show, Johnny?
Unfortunately, nothing.
Hey, I do have a bone to pick with you. I see that you're wearing a Hoosier Garage shirt. I love that channel, and I'm pissed because you wore a Van shirt on the show before me. That's not right. No, I love that. I love that channel. I actually reached out to Adam, and I asked him to come on the show sometime because I'm really digging the content because there's not too much van restoration stuff out there.
Yeah, he's one of the guys. He's one of the guys in the YouTube group.
Nice
guys. So yeah, cool. I've told those guys. I told them, hey, jump on here, and you know,
they're more than welcome. They're more than welcome. Even though I'm exiled from that YouTube group, I guess you have to have a certain number of videos to be on there.
You need to up your game, Chris.
I guess so. Yeah, man.
No, I mean, you guys could join too if you want. I mean, we're on it's Telegram. I mean, we basically just, it's kind of become more of just like a buddy group, kind of like us, just BSing and stuff. But occasionally we'll throw something on there for, you know, like asking each other for ideas or what they think about something. Try to up our game a little bit on the YouTube channel, the YouTube front. So, but yeah, now that you're jumping into the YouTube, and I extend the invitation to you too, Blake and Bud, if you're wanting to jump in there too, could invite you guys in. Just say the word.
Yeah, I'm all about learning stuff that I don't know.
Yeah, same.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Especially from people that are like in the stuff, you know what I mean? And proof is in the pudding, you know.
Well, and these guys, I mean, the guy that's probably the highest in the group there has the most subs is just Mopar Joe. He's probably ahead of the rest of us, but for the most part, we're all kind of, you know, small. So I wouldn't say like we're great experts to lean on, but you know, we're all doing the same thing. So it's always kind of nice to, you know, bounce ideas off of each other when you're all trying to do the same thing. You know, get some pointers, or, you know, if somebody's running the same problem you're running into, how did they deal with it or whatnot, you know? So yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that I think there's going to be a lot of growth within a group like that, because it's like, you know, everybody brainstorming and, you know, sharing ideas and stuff. That's pretty powerful.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the YouTube thing, it's I feel like it's going to be a really tough nut to crack for me, just because I'm so used to obviously this medium and podcasting that. I mean, the first video I put up there, I really wasn't planning to put it on YouTube, but I was like, I made it. I'm going to try. And then I realized that it was formatted wrong, and I was like, well, shit. I'm like, fail immediately. That's great.
Yeah.
There's no failure, man. Just get out there. That's the biggest.
No, yeah, that's totally it. I mean, I feel like, you know, I mean, it's still pretty small. I think when I first went on Talking Mopars, which has kind of given me the big push to try to do the channel, you know, in the first place. Otherwise, I had videos on there. I'm just throwing random stuff on there, you know, stuff I'm doing or whatever. But because of your show, because you're really professional and pushing hard to make this a big thing, you know, you know, it's rubbed off on me. It's like, well, you know, why not try to do this, make something of the YouTube channel? So
awesome.
I think I had about 70 subscribers, and when I started, you know, about the time I went on Talking Mopars or so, and now I'm at about 370, which is still a small footprint, but you know, that's growing pretty quick, you know.
It's growing, yeah.
So
awesome.
It's one of those things where, you know, it feels like it's really small, and if you feel like you haven't broken out yet, and you're trying a bunch of different things in the videos you're making and stuff, and it's kind of hard to understand, like, why is it not taking off? It should be taking off better than this, you know, because you look at other channels out there and you're like, man, you know, I don't think my channels or my videos are any worse than that guy's, and that guy's got like 70,000 followers or whatever, you know. It's like, geez. But yeah, I think it's one of those things, you put in the work, and you're going to have this, you know, big I guess a large amount of videos ready to go. And so when something finally clicks, you know, you get something that goes somewhat viral, and then people kind of notice you and then dig into all your other videos, then I think that's when it's going to be explosive. So I'm not speaking from experience, but that's kind of how I see it going.
It only takes one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I keep hearing in the YouTube circles, because I believe me, I've been doing some digging. And one of my favorite influencers, I know Blake and I have talked about this guy before, Gary Vee. He talks a lot about people putting out content, and that a lot of it is self-centered and selfish content instead of trying to help people. And the more you try to help people, it seems like the more people they resonate with it resonates with them, that kind of content. And most people, I mean, YouTube is what, the second biggest search engine in the world. So I mean, I know I search it just as much as YouTube, you know, because I like to listen to stuff, and Google doesn't give me those videos right away. I have to go into the video thing, whereas YouTube, I just plug something in and boom, there it is.
Yeah.
You know? So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think, you know, and starting off, I mean, you throw some videos out. I mean, all the old videos, just like I'm just recording stuff and throwing it on there. And it's once I started taking it seriously, I mean, there are so many layers to this cake, because you know, you throw something out there and you realize, you learn, you know, if you're watching other guys, influencers or whatever, on how to make YouTube channels and stuff, and you'll pick up things and it's like, oh yeah, really, I screwed that one up. Let me up my game. And I mean, this thing can stack to the moon, I think, with all the things you should be doing and to make the video better. But you know, I just try to do one little thing, try to learn as I go. And if I pick something up, it's like, man, maybe that's something I should try, and I'll throw it in the video and try to do something new, you know. But by no means am I really good at it yet, you know. I know I still got a long ways to go.
I don't know, man. I really like your videos, and I'm not just, you know, telling you that. I enjoy the content.
Yeah, I do.
I enjoyed the 68 Charger video you just put out the other night.
Oh,
absolutely.
Thank you. Over
because it was very to the point and direct, and you explained what you needed to explain and threw a couple things in there. I liked it.
Yeah.
I'm super fan of the taco scene. Like, I was laughing, and my wife looks at me and she's like, "What's?" I'm like, "It's funny. It's so funny." So I like that. You know, you got really good information there, but you know, it's entertaining too. So I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that one was kind of fun. I just one of my YouTube buddies, he's not in the. I've invited him to the group, but he's just hasn't jumped in yet. But Duddy's Adventure, he does a bunch of 4x4 stuff. I mean, he's got this killer. He calls it the Death Charger, which is this Ram Charger with a Cummins diesel in it. You know, and he's got the yoke suspension on the thing. You know, it's a rock crawler and whatnot. But I happened to be watching one of his videos, and I don't know how it clicked, but he kept like hitting his fingers with a hammer, or he knocked himself in the knee at one time, and I was just like, man, this is painful. So yeah, it was kind of fun making the little spoof video or fun of him a little bit.
I enjoyed that.
Yeah, he got a kick out of it too. So, but
that's funny. Yeah, we've got. Let's see what we got going on in the chat. David Dreyer, what's up, guys? What's up, David? I talked to you earlier, and you wanted to get on the show. I'm trying to send you a link, but every time I tried to mess with my computer screen over here, my stream freezes. So I'm trying to do things one step at a time so that I don't lose you guys. But we got he's out of Texas. Kirk is tuning in from Cedro Woolley. I know that area really well. I used to deliver beer out there. Derek from Minnesota, what's up, buddy? Another Dodge truck guy. Jeremiah, good evening from Tulalip. I know Tulalip. I gamble there sometimes. It's an Indian reservation with an awesome casino. David says Blake is sporting the Buc-ee's look. Buc-ee's or Buckeyes? What's Oh, the shirt. Oh,
Buc-ee's.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm Buckied out today. If you don't know about Buc-ee's, oh man,
I know about it. My parents were just there the other day.
It's a sight, man. It's a sight.
You got to tell me. I have no clue.
You don't?
No.
Oh man! So you tell them.
You go there and you buy gas and you leave with a grill, a fishing pole,
everything, right?
Oh,
yeah. It's like Walmart meets a convenience store, like a gas station.
It's craziest shit I've ever seen on the road. I was like, what is that?
Awesome.
It's nuts. Yeah. So I lived in Texas for a while when I got out of school, And I lived in this little town called Lake Jackson, Texas, and that's actually where this chain was founded, and the headquarters is still there. So my wife and I were dating, kind of recently engaged at the time, and she lived back in Louisiana. I lived in Texas, so like every other weekend, either I would come back here or she would go over there to Texas. And when she'd come to Texas, we would go to the Buc-ee's and get something to eat or whatnot. It was just interesting, It's like
romantic place, right?
Well, right. Well, it's just like it's something we don't have in Louisiana, and it's like it was so close to where I live, my apartment. So we'd hop in there and get a cup of coffee or something. And actually, that's the only one I think of all of them that actually has its coffee shop, like a Buc-ee's coffee shop.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, so I like it because it kind of is a throwback to when my wife and I were dating, and it was just cool little place we go that was different. And but no, they're massive. Like, so all over Texas, I think they have one not far from Gulf Shores, Alabama. There's one in central Alabama. I want to say like north of Birmingham, right by the Barber Motorsports Museum, like right down the street from Barber Motorsports Museum and racetrack there. They're huge. I mean, I think some of them have like 300 gas pumps or something like that. Like,
holy shit.
It's like the biggest thing you've ever seen, maybe.
I've never seen one before. I guess they're not in California.
No, you know about them, trust me.
Oh, they're insane. Yeah. So it's like, people are like, I don't understand what the obsession is with Buc-ee's. And I'm not not obsessed. I have friends that are obsessed, trust me.
He's wearing a shirt. Keep that in mind, folks.
Yeah.
Anyways,
And
go
a
ahead.
hat.
Continue.
And a hat.
Yeah, it's just cool. It's cool. Like, it's one of those things kind of like you got to experience it once, so.
Yeah.
Right on. Maybe I'll get a flight down to Texas just so I can go to Buc-ee's. Check it out.
Well, there's one like 4 miles from the Texas Motor Speedway, so on 35W.
They even have a hotel inside. Like, what?
So yeah, I haven't ventured too much out of California, other than maybe Arizona and Nevada, which is it's like all desert. We're just desert. But a long time ago, a friend got married in New Mexico, and I remember we went there, and there was a Whataburger right next to the hotel we were staying at. It was like, that was the first time I've ever been to a Whataburger. It's like, what the hell? What the hell is this place? A Whataburger, and then you go to the menu, and it's like Whataburger, Whata fries. It's like,
oh, that's big in Texas, man. Super big. In Texas.
Yeah. That was the first time. That was the first time at Whataburger where I ever saw a 5x5. I went to Whataburger, and it was when I was over the road truck driving, and my trainer was telling me all about this place, and I was like, I kind of heard of it, but I didn't know what it was all about. No. And it's actually not like, when I saw it, it wasn't what I expected. I was expecting like a place with like spotlights and like some big grand, and I'm like, Whataburger, that's it? So I go in there, right, and I'm trying to see the menu, and there's a bunch of people in there. It was actually pretty busy for as late as it was. And there's a guy standing in front of me, and he was a 5x5, which means he was 5 feet tall and 5 feet wide. I was like, this is the biggest man I've ever seen. He was huge. And I'm not insulting the guy. It was just remarkable. I was like, I didn't know that they made people like that. He was super cool guy, because I was like, he knows what to order. You know what I mean? I was like, hey man, I'm from Washington. Yeah, I was like, I'm from Washington. I don't even. And he's like, he got all excited. He's like, Washington. I was like, yeah. So I forgot what I ordered, but whatever it was pretty damn good. I'll say that. Yeah. So you won't. The only other crazy burger place I haven't tried yet is White Castle. I keep hearing about that too.
I've heard. I don't know anything about it. I've never had that.
Really? I guess they're small cheeseburgers. I know that at the grocery stores here, they have them in the frozen fruit section. So it's like really small cheeseburgers. Exactly
what they are. They're just little sliders.
Crazy.
Kind of like what, Crystal? The same premise as Crystal Burger.
I haven't even heard of that.
Never heard of that one.
Yeah, it's kind of like Southeast type thing. Georgia, Alabama. They're steam cooked, which is really interesting.
Yeah, interesting.
But yeah, so Whataburger is kind of like, Johnny, what you guys hold near and dear to you with the In-N-Out burger.
Yes.
That's
California King right there. I
Texas,
mean, well, Five Guys is pretty good too. I think Five Guys is all across the nation, but yeah,
Oh, yeah.
In and Out was like the shit for the longest time. I mean, and in fact, it used to be just Southern California. So we had where I work, we had another plant up in Northern California. Whenever those guys would fly down, it was like, oh, we got to go to In and Out, got to go to In and Out because they didn't have any up there. So yeah, it was pretty cool. But I think they're starting to spread a little bit. I think they're in Nevada and Arizona and in Northern California. But there's
one
a lot
in Waco.
Okay.
Yeah.
We don't have them up here. We don't have them up here yet.
We don't have them in Iowa either.
Don't kill me, Johnny. I went to an In-N-Out outside of LAX when I was in town for a friend of mine's wedding.
Uh-huh.
It was good. I mean, but my friend that had moved to Cali and was living down in Riverside, he's like, "Oh, you got to do In-N-Out. Have to do In-N-Out. Have to." Yeah. I mean, I'm like you, Chris. I'm like, man, I'm gonna pull up. Like they're gonna like sparkle bomb me with glitter and spotlights, and like it's gonna be like Ed McMahon popping out the bushes to give me a burger, right? And I'm just like, man, it's good. It's okay.
Yeah, my wife loves it. It's okay to me. But I remember the first time I went, I worked at Round Table Pizza, and our boss took us there, and he was just like, he loved that place. He even like when we went up to the counter, he's like, "Watch this," and he'd lean up to him and he's like, "Man, there's a secret menu. You that's not anywhere you can see. You got to know. You just got to know the secret menu, right?" And he's like, "Give me an animal style," and it's like throw everything.
Oh God,
they have the same thing. They have the same thing I did, and they just smothered it in Thousand Island dressing.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, it's just like
yeah,
throw a bunch of crap on there.
They got like the caulk guns and just.
Yeah.
I'm a jerk. If I would just pretend like I was from California, if I saw some tourists in an outline, I'd be like, "Hey, go up there and ask them for a Dirty Harry."
There's probably a burger named that. Who knows?
Watch, it's the best burger they have, and nobody's ever said it. That's funny. Okay, we got a tech question. I don't. We always last time it was mopeds, and this time it's burgers. I don't know what happens.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Way off the rails.
Curtis, what's up, buddy? He asks, building a 72 340, heard yes and no on this. Do I need to install hardened valve seats, or will I be good with factory Chrysler? I imagine he's thinking about the leaded fuel. I've heard yes and no. I don't think that my 360 has hardened valve seats. Does it? 78? When did the fuel change? I don't even know that.
I want to say it's like 73 or 74 and newer. Okay. You got hardened seats.
Okay.
So in Curtis's case with the 72, I'm not 100% sure. That's like right on the cusp. So those may not be hardened seats. Let's see, building a 72 340. Well, if you're building it, I would say
340 right there.
Yeah, there you go. You can buy the heads off that one. If you're going to build heads, I would just go with aluminum heads, unless you want it to look factory, because they're so much cheaper than if you took like iron heads in and you had work done to them. You're probably going to spend $800 to $1,000. And I think you can get, well, I don't know. I know Stealth makes big block heads for about $1,000. I think Edelbrock's RPM heads are probably around $1,500 a pair. Right. Something like that. But, they're better ports. They're hardened seats. You just slap them on. They go. You'll make more power out of the box. I would go with aluminum heads if you're building a motor.
People go crazy over those X heads, though, man. They really do.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
I just realized that I have had a couple mid 70s 400 blocks. And one was a complete engine, and I remember talking to the guy who I bought it from, and at the time I really didn't know about the hardened seat thing, and he was telling me hardened seats. So now that I think about it, yeah, of course my 78 would have hardened seats, but I never quite understood the whole leaded versus unleaded fuel thing, and because I was like, so what happens to those engines if they don't have hardened seats? You know what I mean?
They'll suck a valve.
Is that it?
Yeah, they get really hot, and then the valve starts to get it just starts to get soft, and it'll start to, if you were to look at a head upside down, and you could sometimes see the sucked valves, like, how it kind of is concave in the middle.
Okay, sure.
Some of them will be like further sucked in, and on the other side, on the top side, sometimes you can see the valve stem sticking up higher, because the valve is basically just getting so hot, it's losing its temper, and it's just getting soft. What I usually will do is I'll turn the heads upside down, and I'll put like thinner in all of the chambers. And if they drain down, they evaporate. So, it's not like you can leave them there forever. But if they're sitting there and they're not sealing, they'll seep out, and the thinner will get into the ports and stuff. And you'll know that, it's probably a sucked valve, especially if you see them kind of, lower than the rest of the valves. But, and if they're doing that, you're not getting a full seal, so it's not good.
Isn't that a way to check aftermarket aluminum heads too for leaks? Is dump some alcohol in the. I thought I saw a video on that, and I was like, oh, that's clever. It was shining a light in there, and then pouring alcohol in there to see if it would come out of the valve. God, I wish I could remember the video. But Kelly said Speedmaster heads, and it was a video on Speedmaster heads, and the guy was checking because he said you can't always trust them. So you always like inspect the heads really well before you install them.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to remember. I know he found a couple things with it. I wish I could remember, but it was really interesting. I never knew that technique. So that was definitely interesting. So Curtis, what is? He says he's sitting right next to his engine, and he would go aluminum, but trying to get it in a 68 this summer. So I'd like to run the J heads for now.
I do the leak test. If they don't leak down, I mean, if you're going to end up upgrading down the road, I would throw them on and I would run it.
I'd put them on. I wonder what are you going to do with it, Curtis? Are you going to be high RPM a lot? Are you going to be, open row with steep gears, or just cruise around for the summer? Because I think at a lower RPM, you should probably be all right.
Yeah.
You're not going to put a lot of heat in the cylinder.
If you're really worried about it, throw some substitute in the tank.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you do the seal test and they're sealing fine, you can put additive in the gas and just run it.
All right, Curtis, go ahead and give it a full send and then report back to us. Okay. Awesome. I'm trying to catch up on the chat here. Lots of White Castle talk, of course. That's funny. I knew that was going to happen. I was like, great. Now we get to.
I see another Johnny Mopar from Vegas.
I forgot all about that. Yes. The Johnny Mopar number 2. I've talked a lot of shit about you, but I really don't hate you. I was just like, what? Another Johnny? Johnny Mopar. I saw that and I was like, oh shit, here we go. I tried running back in my head. Like, how much shit have I talked? Okay, not very much. I just said there's only one Johnny Mopar, but clearly there's two. We're going to call him Johnny with the H.
Johnny with the H, yeah.
Johnny with the H.
Wait. While we're at SEMA, they'll have 2 Johnny Mopars in Vegas. Is that like some kind of paradigm shift or something?
Holy shit.
I don't know. It's possible. Yeah.
What if they looked exactly the same?
If they look exactly the
same. They just can't meet each other. It'll screw up the whole time continuum thing or whatever.
Dude, there's been at least 3. Hemi Bill, I think, confused me with him. I think Chris has, and my buddy Ted Evans has confused me. He told me, he's like, man, I had a whole conversation with that guy, and he's like, he just talked, they just talked back and forth. He didn't nothing of it, because he was asking me stuff. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, I asked you this, and I'm like, no.
He posted a picture of, I think it was a Cornet or a Super B, and I think it was like an 8. I want to say it was an 812, but I wasn't sure.
812 Super B, yeah.
And I was pissed. I was pissed. I was like, hey man, you didn't even tell me about this? I thought we were friends. You can tell me this kind of shit. I won't tell people. And he's like, huh?
It was you and Bill, both of you. Bill sent me something on it too, and I'm like, what are you talking? I thought he was talking about my Cornet, or both of you guys. I think you were saying something about the hood, and I'm like, I have a 6-pack hood on my Cornet, so it added to the confusion. So.
Yeah, I was like, would you pick that thing up for $500 too? What the?
Yeah.
Where are you finding these things?
I actually did pay $500 for that car, but
Oh man. See, you can just throw a low number out, and Johnny's like, oh yeah, I paid that for a '68 Charger. What?
no, that was a Cornet. Wasn't a Charger.
So, Johnny, I have a question for you.
All right.
Besides free, what is the lowest price you've ever paid for a Mopar?
$10.
Fantastic question.
It is.
Oh, well, for a Mopar, it would have been that Chrysler that's buried in my parents' yard. $25. That was the cheapest Mopar I ever bought.
That's
yeah,
pretty-
it was. Yeah, I mean, it was just on a whim. We had just moved out to this area, Inland Empire, and I was riding a dirt bike with my neighbor friend, and he knew these people. We went into his yard, and I was just like, "Oh man, that's a cool car." He had a couple of cars sitting in the yard, and he's like, "Oh, he'd probably sell it." I'm like, really? And he goes, "Yeah, you want me to ask?" And I'm like, "Oh, I don't know. I don't have a job. I don't have any money." you know. He asked him, and the guy said, "Yeah, give me $25 and you can have it." And I was just like, "Oh shit!" So ran home and I told my dad I needed $25. And he's like, "For what?" I go, "I bought a car. It's a Chrysler." And he's like, kind of the typical, I got to go look at it, that kind of shit. He had a 72 Plymouth Fury wagon also, which kind of has like the 70 Super B front bumper. It was pretty cool. He was sold. My dad ended up buying that car also for $25. So
wow,
that's awesome. Yeah, it had a 400 in it, so it was pretty cool. The Chrysler had a 383 in it, so I think it must have been a Newport, being that it had a 383. I think the New Yorkers all had 440s, but I can't swear to it.
So
Okay, I think I got you beat, Johnny.
Because
if you talk to Washington State, I was gifted the van. Okay.
Oh,
no,
nice.
If you talk to Washington State, that's all I'm saying.
I'm not.
It was a gift.
What does
free
the seller
99.
say?
The seller says free 99 too.
I've done a few of those deals too, because California they love to tax the shit out of us for everything. So
yep.
Pretty much everything we buy, it's like $100.
We wouldn't do anything illegal.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
No, sometimes people in the Mopar community are real cool and they give you things for free and they gift them to you. That way you don't get burned on taxes for no reason at all. That's like I was telling some people, I don't know if I talked to you guys about this. So when I bought the Mr. Norm truck, I paid a lot of money for it, more than I could ever imagine paying for a 78 D150, even one fully restored. Now, I'm perfectly okay with that, but in Washington State, if I were to say buy a 68 Charger for any of the prices you've bought them for, Johnny, and I went there and I said, "Hey, I bought the 68 Charger for $500," they would go, "Oh, really? Well, let's look at the Blue Book on it, and we're going to charge you, we're going to tax you on the Blue Book value instead of what you paid for it." Now, I went in there and I said, "Look, I overpaid. Gosh, we'll just go ahead and say I overpaid by $10,000 for this truck, and I'm okay with that. But I'm assuming that if I had bought it for less, you'd probably tax me on the value. So let's go ahead and see what the value is on the book, and you can tax me on that." And she looked at me dead in the eye. She's like, "It doesn't work like that." And I was like, "Of course it doesn't. Of course it doesn't." So
I've actually had them do that to me, because it's like, what are you gonna do? I've walked into DMV and they're like, "Oh, you paid $100, the whole like, really, you paid $100 for this car?" And I'm like, "Yeah." I go, there's no engine in it. There's no transmission in it. It's just sitting there on blocks, Oh, okay. Then they do their thing. It's like, what are you going to do? You going to drive out to my house and have a look at it? Yeah. Come on over. Check it out.
Here's a tip for anybody that is in that situation and you're like, I got to prove that it's a shit box. Just go to the Mopar Hunter Facebook page and look at any of the Chargers that are $25,000 that I posted, and you'll probably find one that fits the bill. Like, look at this thing. There's so many. But but I don't know if Johnny or Blake, I don't know if you guys are in this group, but there's a hilarious group that I'm in, and it's called but it's the Boers are trying to buy Mopars again or something like that.
I see the Boers are trying to buy Mopars again.
I see the Boers are trying to buy Mopars again, and it's nothing but awesome. It's nothing but slamming people. It's nothing but slamming people
awesome.
that talk shit on these ads. It's
hilarious. It's a burn every ad.
It is, and it's a burn fest. It's hilarious, and the Mopar Hunter page is quite famous on there just because it's always people on my page that are talking shit. Oh, it's so funny.
I gotta check it out.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Check that out. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it's good. I'll try to invite you guys. I'll try to remember. It's a good one.
Funny, man. People are like, what? 25 grand for a rust-free B body? They're out of their mind. Would you get that for $3,000? I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Just earlier this week, a guy said he could get fully customized or fully restored, or both at the same time, apparently, chargers for $48,000. I could get a fully customized, fully restored charger for $48,000. And I didn't know what that meant, but I told him, good luck finding a fully restored or a fully customized charger for $48,000. I think the car in question was a 70.
Yeah. That's one of those things where it's like, hey, you go buy one for that much and I'll buy it for $20,000 more because I know you're full of shit. That's
well, as a matter of fact, it was that blue 7500 patinaed, the blue, the really nice.
Mm-hmm.
All drivetrains all been gone through, all suspensions been gone through. The car is super great, but it was patinaed, and they thought it was a pile of junk. So the price didn't warrant it.
Yeah, they're out of their minds. Now I do understand the stuff that is overpriced because we see it all the time. But
I agree.
There's certain cars that it's like, hey, look, I've said it a million times. They're not making any more, and they're the hottest ticket. You know, Cudas and Chargers are the hottest tickets. You know, Roadrunners too, but they call, in my opinion, they fall just a little bit below the Cudas and Chargers. But those things aren't getting any cheaper. And people keep talking about the prices getting driven up by people that buy them for more. Hey, if you're not happy with that, then make more money. That's all there is to it. I could sit here and bitch all day that Johnny gets all the good deals. I also wasn't around in the early 90s to buy those cars for those good deals. So, I mean, what am I going to do? I'm going to have to figure out a way to make more money.
There you go.
So 2 weekends ago, I was at the New Orleans Mopar show, and they have guys kind of pull cars in, you know, project cars, and kind of park them off to the side. Hopefully someone will pay some attention. And there was a FC7 GTX 70 GTX. So it's a 70 Plymouth B body, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm going to check that thing out. You know, it's kind of like, you know, I want one. One day I want one. And I go look at it, and I mean, it's got a lot of rust. Quarters are bad, all this stuff. But when I check it out, it's like, I mean, it's true GTX, and he was asking, I think, 25 for it, and I'm like, you know what? They don't make them. They didn't make a whole lot of them.
Yeah.
I didn't think he was that far off. You know, is that something I could afford right now? No.
You know,
but I didn't think it was that bad.
No, it's crazy. I mean, the whole thing is crazy. It's all over the map. I mean, like I wouldn't say a completely restored Charger for 48,000 is like, you know, an easy thing to find, but I mean, it's possible you could get one for that price, and it's also possible, like that GTX, you can find something like that. It's possible you could find one for $4 or $5 grand, and it's possible you could find the same car for $20,000. You know, and it doesn't mean that you're paying too much at $20,000, and it doesn't mean you're getting a spoken deal at $4. It all just kind of depends, you know.
Right.
It doesn't mean you're going to find a car like that every day for $4 or $5 grand. I mean, you see them posted all the time, and there's very few that you find like that. But some guy that knows some guy that knows some guy might have one in a yard somewhere, and he's willing to let it go for a few grand. I mean, my coffee had one. I thought was a bitchin' car. It was a California car. Like the paint was kind of, you know, patinaed out and stuff, but very solid, rust-free car, pretty much rust-free. It had rust in the lower corners of the windows and stuff like that, but typical stuff, minor stuff. And it was unique because it was blue. I think it was either B5 or B7 blue, and it was weird because it didn't have a lot of the flash that the GTXs had. Like, you know, they have the GTX on the side and the quarter panel or whatever. It didn't have that. It was like deleted. But you look at the VIN tag and it says it's a GTX. It's tagged as a GTX. And Mike was getting all kinds of shit because people were ripping on him because he wanted too much money for it. And it's not a real GTX. That's a satellite or a sports satellite stuff. And it's like, the VIN's right there. You can look it up yourself.
Yeah.
It's an X, you know. I thought it was a super cool car. And I honestly, I can't remember how much he sold it for, but I want to say it was like less than $7,000. It might have been 4 or 5,000. Yeah. I mean, awesome. So, and that was only maybe 2 years ago or so. It wasn't that long ago. Yeah.
Wow. That's a good deal.
That's a killer deal.
Yeah, and it's just weird. You know, if Mike gets like a Charger, I mean, shit, it's like 4 times that amount, you know, because they're hot. Chargers are just hot. Everybody wants them. So just real quick, I saw Johnny Mopar, the other Johnny Mopar with the H.
Oh boy.
He says, well, I got the A12 the A12 Super B for $8,000. So it's definitely a Johnny Mopar deal. I would change the name. Sorry for any confusion. Johnny, you do not have to change your name. We're just giving you a hard time. So
actually, we're not giving you a hard time. You and the other Johnny Mopar are going to fight for it in Vegas. We're going to be there. We're taking bets right now. I'll be the cash holder.
And then you got to read. Yeah, I mean that's a killer deal. That's an A12 car.
That's a killer deal.
There you go. Right? Perfect. And how long ago was that? I don't even think that was a year ago. It might have been a year ago. So that wasn't even that long ago. But we should read Kelly Prine's comments too about the valve seat stuff here.
Oh yeah, here we go. So everything after 72. So he schooled me there. That's true. Oh, by the way, you paid less for that A12 than I did for the Mr. Norm truck. So that hurts my feelings. That really hurts my feelings because I love A12s. It's one of my dream cars. So,
hey, maybe he'll trade you.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Derek says, when is the Mr. Norm truck getting a Gen 3 Hemi? Talk to Blake about that. Kelly says Speedmaster heads $1,200 if you wanted to go aluminum. I've heard good and bad things about them, but I have no experience. So I swear the video I was talking about where the guy said, hey, check out the heads every time you buy them. Just do a double check, you know, check them out really well. Because if I remember right, he said something about some are really, really good and they're dead nuts on, and there's some iffy stuff. So keep that in mind. I've never bought a set of aluminum heads, so I don't know. John, go ahead, Johnny.
Mike Coffey told me that he's heard that basically the head is fine. It's all the hardware that's junk, like the valves and the valve guides, springs, and all that stuff. So if you're just buying the bare head and putting your own parts into it, you'll probably be okay. But I don't know, for a few $100 more, getting some Edelbrocks that you can be a little more confident it's going to be fine. I'd probably lean that way, but that's just me.
It crushes the valve seat. Okay. Unleaded fuel doesn't have enough tetraethyl lead content to cool the soft seats. Okay. It's called a solvent test. Okay. Lapping compound the valves in. Have y'all heard of the 318 shootout ratty muscle cars? I keep hearing about that and it sounds awesome.
Yeah. He was on Uncle Tony's Garage just yesterday, I think it was. I just got on there and then I had to leave, so I had to walk away. But I think there's a interview between those two guys talking about the 318 challenge or whatever. So yeah, that's pretty cool. I mean, low budget, right? I mean, there's 318s all over the place for next to nothing. You can't give those things away.
Well, Austin Griggs, Austin Griggs, the guy who does the ratty muscle cars thing and really started getting that ball rolling on it. I believe he also does the no shine shit list, which is an amazing event of nothing but shit boxes, cool shit boxes. I say that with love. Yeah. Shit boxes that are amazing that all go to the, I think it's Jake's drag strip or dragway, whatever that track's called, and run down there. And it's all just ratty muscle cars. It's amazing. Definitely my type of event.
Yeah, if I lived out there, I'd be there all the time. We don't have any cool stuff like that in Cali. So, well, the duct tape drags or zip tie drags is kind of the same thing, but that's in Arizona.
Yeah, I like that it's not in Cali, so at least some people, hopefully from the Midwest or East Coast, can kind of make it out, so they don't have to go all the way to the West Coast. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Ed asked you what year the Newport was.
I believe it was a 70. I think it was a 70 or 71. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, it was a cool car. I should have. I mean, look, that was my very first car. I had no clue what I was doing. I basically just pulled the motor out and took it apart just to see how the inside worked, just to see all these pieces and stuff. And I kind of looking back and all the shit boxes that I've had over the years and stuff, I'm sure if I put a battery in that car and gas in it, it probably would have fired up and ran, but oh well.
Yeah. Transferring the title for my 85 Ram Charger, and the title price says $300. Good job, Tad. Tad is in the house. The famous Tad, the most messages. He's the record holder for most voicemails left on Talking Mopars. He's supposed to come on here, and for some reason my messaging system keeps freezing and my phone is dying. So those of you that wanted to come on and join the four of us on screen, I'm going to do something crazy now, and I'm going to open the door for anybody who has a smartphone or a laptop with some sort of a camera, and preferably earbuds or headphones so that we don't get feedback. If you want to come on right now in the comments, I'm going to post a link. Click on that, and you will be brought into my screen, and I can put you on screen with us. But I will warn you, if your audio sucks, you're getting booted. But it's an open door. This is Talking Mopars. So if you want to come on, tell us a story or whatever, and talk Mopars, you're more than welcome to.
So yeah, check out that post that Tad put. Tad is Mopar, right? That's him.
Yeah, that's okay.
Tad.
Now, even though it had just been smogged, I still had to get it done again due to the transfer. That ended up costing me $900. Clogged EGR port in the intake. Screw California. Thank you very much.
Man, I just sold my 79 Power Wagon. This truck was so freaking clean, but a previous owner ripped all the smog shit off of it, so it won't pass smog. The only way I can, get that truck on the street is to find another truck that has, because you can't buy all those parts. You can't get new parts for it. You got to find another truck to rip all the parts off of it to put onto this truck in order to get it smog. And it's just not even worth it. I ended up selling it to my Danish friends, and it's off to Denmark now. It just left today, actually.
David, what's up, buddy? We're getting a little feedback from you. So if you have your headphones on, try to turn down volume on the screen. Let me just check to make sure it's you. Yeah, we're getting echo from you. Famous Tad is in the house.
Johnny,
good Lord.
I'm trying.
We have a full house
man.
now. Okay, let's see. I think the audio is okay now. David, do a test. Give me a test. We got you? Can you hear us? We cannot hear you.
It's a little choppy once in a while on my side.
Is it? I can hear you, Tad.
It's better now.
Give me a test.
Test.
We got you. Can you hear us?
Yep.
We're still getting feedback. Turn down the computer volume. I'll come back to you in a second. Tad, what's up, buddy?
Nada, just dude, I went out to get in the hot tub for a second, and then I opened my phone and I'm like, damn it, I'm missing it.
How's the Super Bee coming along, dude? How's the Super Bee coming along?
That's awesome. I'm trying to trying to figure out how to turn this thing around. I'm trying to it's behind me right here.
Nice.
It's good, man. I getting a bunch done. I'm just getting the dash and all the wiring back together and trying to figure out all the cut wires and all that kind of stuff. But it's getting closer, man. It's getting closer.
Nice. How long have you been doing that project?
Holy, I think I bought it about 6 years ago. It was I got it on an eBay auction off the East Coast and bought it sight unseen. I think I paid $8,100 for it. I mean, it's a complete car, everything there, but dude, it was rusted bad. Yeah. So I replaced dude, everything from the back end is completely replaced. There wasn't any exhaust on it. The exhaust was like rusted out of it.
Wow.
So
is that your first restoration, or have you done cars before?
that's the first one. Like that's literally when I bought a welder and did body work and metal work. I had a 64 Toyota Land Cruiser like before that I did a little bit of stuff on. I didn't paint it. I took it somewhere else to have, you know, metal work and stuff done. This is the first one where I'm like, I'm just gonna do it, because I got kind of screwed on the Land Cruiser. This guy ripped me off, so I ended up having to bring it home, and I'm just like, I'm not gonna trust these random people anymore. So yeah, I had the engine. I took over all the parts over to a place called Aero Engines over here in Temecula, and he hot tanked it all and built the bottom end of it, and then I had the transmission done at Dyno Trans right here in town. So, but other than that, I did everything on it.
Awesome. How much time do you think before you're done with that thing?
You know, if I could just like take like a 2-week, like I think it's probably 2 days from starting it. Like I just got the exhaust on it, just got my radiator, got everything in, getting the wiring hooked up, but it's like my first time doing it. So like I'm really careful and really trying to make sure I don't screw something up.
Sure.
But you know, I've done a lot of Volkswagens. If it was a Volkswagen, it'd be already started. I mean,
yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, other than that, everything is mechanical is back in it together. It's got the steering box and everything new back in it. So it's Sunday. I'm going to hit it pretty hard. I have the whole day to work on it without interruption. So I'm going to try to hit it hard. I think I have the hood's the only thing left I have to paint.
Wow.
But yeah. It's getting there.
Very cool, man. You just paint it in your garage?
Yeah, I'm trying to. I wish I could. I don't know if you can see. I'm looking at like a stamp size screen, but like, we have like a 2-car, like double deep garage. So the back half of the garage, I have the Super B back there, and then I just put up plastic, and I have my vents and stuff. So it's kind of all opened up right now. But yeah, I just stuck it in there. I got paint locally here, and just. I had the 65 Dart before that. I just scuffed up, and that was the first car I ever painted. So I practiced on that, and then went 2-stage on this, and just small parts I started with, and kind of saw where I needed to go a little faster or change things up, and then moved on to the whole car. And yeah, it's kind of, I'm at the point now where if there's like a little mistake, I'm just like, I don't even care. This is my car. I'm gonna drive it as we get on the road. So
yeah, that's got to be exciting, dude.
Yeah. No, I'm not painting.
Oh.
Tad's getting yelled at.
Tad, that's hilarious. Only this would happen to Tad. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, only.
No.
Get off the phone right now.
Yeah. What are you doing? No, it's funny. It's like this neighbor that I actually never talked to, and I just remember seeing him, and she walked by like a month ago, and she's like, "Oh, my dad used to race Mopars and build them back in the day. I totally love that car." And literally haven't seen her since then. And she walks by, and I think maybe she's had a few to drink, and she's like, "What are you doing in there?" It's like, jeez.
Oh my God. I was waiting for her to be like, "I'm in here naked waiting for you. Where are you?" I was going to be like, "Hey, Tad, maybe go attend to her and not us." Okay.
Yeah.
That's hilarious, dude. Awesome.
Yeah.
We have more guests. Ramiro is in the house. Let's bring Ramiro on.
In here naked waiting for you. Where are you?
Oh boy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ramiro, do me a favor and turn down. Do you have headphones? Can you hear me? Okay. I'm going to bring you back on, but if you have too much echo, we're going to have to take you off, okay?
Oh boy.
Too much echo. Turn down. We're getting feedback from audio. Okay. We'll bring him back on in a minute. Yeah, Tad, that when you started sending me pictures of the Super B, I was really impressed. I liked what I was seeing. That thing, I want to bring that screen up so we can see a little closer. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. So I just got, it's all, I'm trying to, dude, I wish. So yeah, you got, it's a 383. I just got like an AVS2 carb for it. Everything's new. I had a radiator that I bought for it, and I had to return it because it didn't work, but I ended up getting a Wizard radiator. just with electric fans. And then just different guys from the different groups and stuff on Facebook. Like I had my wiper motor rebuilt by a guy, and I'm just now I got to get the hood back on so I can get the fenders and everything lined up on it. But yeah, I mean, it's coming along. I tackled the vinyl top on it. I'm gonna uncover it here, but and that was a trip, but it actually came out pretty
nice,
pretty smooth the whole way. So yeah, I mean, I watched a video and it was talked about how to get it centered and stuff, and then one night I was just like, I'm not gonna wait anymore. I'm just gonna do this. So I bought a heat gun from Harbor Freight, came back and started spraying, and it actually went down and came down pretty good, man. So
wow, yeah. That's impressive.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey,
yeah. So
Chad, are you going to the Mopars in May? The Mopars in May. The Inland Mopars car show.
I mean, now, like I know, didn't it get canceled last year or something like that?
I don't know. It might have from the COVID stuff. I think it's going to be in Ontario this year. So it used to be at the School for the Deaf in Riverside for years and years. And that might be, I think that's why it did get canceled, because it's a school, and they don't want exposure, I guess. I haven't been out. I probably will this year. I mean, it would be awesome to have this thing done and drive it out there. But if not this, I'll just drive the Ram Charger out and check it out. Yeah. It'd be cool just to walk around, if nothing else. But I mean, it's in our backyard, so it's like, we don't get a whole lot of Mopar only things close to home. That's pretty much the one. And then the Van Nuys show is the other one, which is all the way in LA,
Yeah. I want to try to, between kids and work and family, it's hard to get to shows, but I definitely want to get to more. So, I mean, yeah. So I'm going to do the best I can.
Cool.
I think if I just commit to it, then it'll probably happen, but otherwise it won't.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah. So Adam says to turn your phone sideways, Tad. I think you will get a landscape view. There you go. Much bigger.
There we go. I pulled it back up. I put the stripe on. I don't know.
Nice.
Ago, so
money shot.
Yeah, I got that. What's that?
Nice.
Oh.
It's a money shot.
Yeah, so
that's
beautiful. A money shot.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to find all these places to get like the tail panel, like the tail trim and stuff all done, because once I get that on, I got the tail lights and I got a couple of guys that got me some stuff to get like the B and everything on there. But I mean, it's literally piecing it together right now. So I come to something, it needs to be cleaned or fixed or put on. So yeah, slowly.
That's cool, man. That vinyl top looked pretty good from where I'm sitting.
Yeah.
Okay,
it came out good.
Yeah, that always scared me about the dark.
Yeah,
Chad, I'm gonna need your address. I'm gonna be bringing some cars over.
Yeah.
So now that I know you know how to do this.
Hey, you know what? First one, so
wow,
should be better the second time, right?
Yeah. I mean, believe me, I got one quarter of it was pulled over, and I just got this big wrinkle in it. I had to like rip the whole thing back up, and I was just like, hang on. I got one of my helpers here. This is my daughter.
Hi.
Hi.
She's like, what is that? Hi, Ellie.
Hello.
You're famous now.
Yeah.
I don't know. Give me a second, okay?
He's like, give me a second. I'm famous. Yeah. I'm talking to my famous.
I'm like, give me 5 minutes. I'm talking to my friends.
Oh, that's hilarious. Awesome, man. The car looks great. I'm really excited to see it come along.
That's cool.
Very cool.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Slowly and surely.
Yeah. For those wondering, I do have a stockpile of Todd's latest messages that are going to be on the next episode that I go solo. So, Tad, don't worry, I will play them.
And I promise there are no that one when I was gonna go buy that truck. That I promise there are no more with that many cuss words in it, dude. I was so mad that day, man.
I think
know.
it was bad. People were talking to me about it. They're like, "Hey, check on Tad. I think he's a little. I think he might not be feeling good or something."
Well, what are the
And I
odds that Chris is going to go live with that message? It's like,
I
I
know.
didn't bother listening to any of this. We'll just see what happens. It was just like F-bomb, F-bomb, F-bomb.
Oh God!
Well, I mean, but he didn't stop.
It was great.
I felt better because he didn't stop. So
Yeah.
Oh no, I like I said, if there's only been one message I haven't played, and that's my buddy Ross from Australia because he completely shit on me. So I didn't play that. Actually, no, that was a letter or an email that I didn't read. I was like, well, I'm not gonna read talking shit about myself. So that didn't happen. But Tad, thanks for joining us. We're gonna bring a couple more guys on. You can stay on if you want.
yeah, definitely.
All right, David, we're gonna give you a shot. All right, buddy. Here we go.
So real quick, Curtis Monday was asking what year is the Super B. It looks like a 69 to me.
It is a 69.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is it
69
Y2?
383 auto.
It's yellow.
Y2,
right?
yeah, Y2 yellow. So I think it's like Sunfire yellow or something like that.
Yeah. That color has grown on me over the years. I really like it on certain cars. It looks really good.
Yeah.
Well, when I first got it, it was so faded. I was like not sure I wanted to paint it, and then once I busted through some of the dead paint, I was like, oh, that's actually pretty nice.
Nice.
So
cool. All right, David.
I'll be quiet now. Sorry.
Hey guys.
What's up, buddy?
What's up, David?
Hey.
What's up?
Turn
Blake?
your microphone down just a little bit, if you can.
If I can.
I'm trying to.
How's that?
The audio. That's a little better. A little bit better.
That do anything?
That's better. Yeah. If you can still go lower, that would work too. Keep going.
All right. How's that?
We can run with that. We can work with that.
All right. Cool.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, so Chris and Blake, you're responsible for me putting a Hemi in my Mopar, my Duster project that I'm working on. Because I caught your guys' podcast and had Blake on there and go like, I didn't have a motor for the car. I bought the car in September 2019. It was a 318 car, had a transmission rear end, but no motor. Then I found your podcast on the podcast page, and you guys were talking, well, hey, let's put a Hemi in it. Go like, okay, I don't have a motor for it. I want to do a 360, but Hemi's even better. So yeah, so that's my project I've been working on since September of 2019.
That's awesome, dude.
So,
Cool.
and,
I think that will fly.
Yeah.
That will fly.
oh, there he is.
That's,
So
how's
anyway, I sent Blake some pictures of the motor when I tore it down at the first of the month, and I didn't get back to you about the heads. It's all at the machine shop. There's a guy up here in Arlington that does machine work, and I sent it up there, and he goes like, I brought it in. He goes like, you know how far behind I am? I go like, he's like, well, he goes like 2 months. I said, perfect. Gets it out of my garage. I can actually work on the car again.
Yeah.
So you just work on it and just give me a call when he hasn't even looked at the block yet. So he was shut down for about a month with the COVID thing and everything. But so I just been working on getting the mini tubs in and doing sheet metal work and finding parts and ordering parts. And
I've actually got a question for you guys putting Hemi, third gen Hemis into A bodies.
Yeah.
Is dropping the modern Hemi into an A body like easier than putting a big block in that car? Like say a 440 or 383, or even because they're so small, even when you put a 360 in them and you put headers, like headers are an issue with those cars. Like if it's got power steering, the headers usually drop down below the steering link and they get crushed against everything you drive over. If you put a manual box in there, you can get some like Doug's headers, which are usually tighter against the motor. I think TTI makes some tight headers. But I'm curious if the Hemi is actually like an easier plug into an A body than some of the other swaps.
That I don't know, because I'm like in uncharted waters and kind of referring to DIY Hemi, and I was on TTI's website today and looking at the headers, because I kind of wanted to go with the stock manifold and go with the tubes because of the room. That's what I'm concerned about, is the room.
Yeah.
I actually picked up a Borgson power steering unit. I live like 10 minutes from Summit Racing.
Oh, okay.
So they had, this thing was sitting on the shelf. They called their demo. And so I picked up this brand new Borgson power steering unit because I was going to have to go with manual or the Borgson unit.
Right.
And
That's right.
So I picked this thing up, and it's just, I got to go with a hydraulic clutch, which is like, that's not really that big of a deal. But it's just the room. One my concern is the lockout for the, because I got a 70. And it's got the
reverse
for the transmission for reverse lockout. Yeah.
What was the reason why you had to go with the hydraulic throwout instead of the clutch system, the Z-bar?
TTI says that
Okay.
if you were going to go with the Gen 3 Hemi, that you have to do a hydraulic clutch. Now,
so that's
that'd be awesome.
because they're headers. You're using their headers. Is that why?
No, I haven't. No, I was just on there. I was just research.
That's interesting.
The paint swap meet is at the end of the month here, and so I'm going down there to sell stuff that I don't need, but I want to pick some stuff up that I do need. And if I happen to, on a set of headers for the Gen 3 Hemi, I got the Eagle engine for it. So if I can get a set of headers for it, or the stock man.
So you're absolutely right on the Borgson power steering box. You're absolutely right on that Borgson power steering box. You can't run the factory power steering box. It's too bulky. So the Gen 3 Hemi is physically, it's super close to old LA block 360, 340, 318. The heads are big. And that's where you get the issue, is the geometry of the cylinder heads, being the heads are so big. The exhaust ports are really close to that power steering area, the steering box area. Now, as far as from the bell housing back, are you using the original 4-speed?
Yeah, I've got the 883 4-speed.
You're right. Yep. So from the bell housing back, that's all identical. So the Z-bar, everything lines up. I run the Z-bar. I run old school Z-bar clutch setup on my car. It is an E-body. There's a little bit more room. I would suspect that it's really more of exhaust clearance is why they want you to run the hydraulic setup. Because like those factory manifolds, they're very close form fitting. You have enough distance between where the I guess you call it the collector, the flange is on those stock manifolds. You have enough clearance between there and the Z-bar area to where you could just get curved pipe, mandrel bent pipe, and fab up an exhaust that would skirt around it.
Right.
So that's interesting that they would say that.
Yeah. So it's just getting on the web and looking, because there's stuff out there, and you get different sites, and then it conflicts, and so sometimes you just like, okay, you gotta start from square one again.
Right.
But anyway, but it's it's all a process.
It very much is
part of the whole thing, which is fun.
It seems
I enjoy it.
Yeah,
I don't get frustrated.
It seems like Hemi swaps are still kind of in the infancy, and there's still a lot to be learned. It seems Blake would be better off speaking on that more so than me, but it just seems like it's so early in the game that it's very interesting to, I feel like we're on the ground floor of like the early days of the LS stuff, and I think in 10 years it's going to be insane. That's what I think. I don't know. Blake would have more of a finger on the pulse for that.
Yeah, one of the interesting things is Classic Industries is kind of getting into the Hemi swap thing too.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yeah, they actually had a thing because I was looking at the Schumacher motor mounts, for the K member to the Hemis. Apparently, they don't make them. I don't know what's going on, but Classic Industries announced that they're going to start carrying them. So I don't know if they decide that they just want to build them and not distribute them. There's sometimes, manufacturers make that decision that, hey, let's just build them, we'll weld them up, and people can distribute it for them and sell it,
Well, Schumacher is no more now. They were local to me. Now they're gone.
Yeah.
So does anybody know who? I thought somebody told me who they got sold to, but I forget now. But yeah, Schumacher, his business was for sale for a while, and a couple people that I know tried to buy it, but it was just an astronomical price. So I'm sure somebody huge in the game bought him. I don't know who.
Yeah.
I know before he folded up, like he had offerings for the Gen 3 and like first and second generation Dakotas. He had the A bodies, a lot of stuff like that, and just kind of all of a sudden he quit making them. Like they would have like out of stock on his website at first, and then they just disappeared altogether. So that's interesting.
Yeah. I don't know the entire story, but I've heard different things. But like I said, I know a couple of people that inquired about buying it, and I guess it was just priced crazy. So whoever bought it, unless they made a killer deal, had some deep pockets. So we can figure out what that's all about. But that's definitely interesting. I'm curious to see how many, because that's what we need is we need more companies to get involved as far as mounts and headers and things like that, because then the prices will come down for us and it won't be as crazy. Because right now it's still a little expensive right now. But I mean, unless you go to DIYHemi.com, all that stuff is very reasonably priced. So DIYHemi.com, guys. Hemi swap the world. Yeah. I want to learn more about your swap. I got some more questions for you later on, David. Let's bring Ramiro on. He's been sitting there very patiently. Ramiro, you ready, buddy?
Everyone, how's it going?
Good.
It's going, buddy.
Pretty good.
I go by Johnny Mopar on Facebook.
There's Johnny Mopar. Oh, you should have put your name up there, man.
I wasn't thinking.
All right, well, we're gonna call you Johnny Mopar, so
that works. No, actually, I quit social media like 3 or 4 years ago, and I'd be guilty of trying to log into Facebook every now and then just to check out Mopars Unlimited, for deals and stuff. So I caved in, and I made the account a little bit over a year ago. And as you can see, I'm a Johnny Cash fan, so that's where my Johnny Mopar comes from.
Okay, nice.
All right.
So, but yeah, so I picked up that A12 in May of last year up in Northern California. It was in gold.
Yeah. See, it wasn't that long ago. I was
no.
Yeah, nice score. Yeah, because Bill was like talking to me about it, and I'm like, I thought he was, and so was Chris, and I thought they were talking about my Coronet, and I'm like, what are you guys talking about? He says that A12 car over by my house, because I guess it's close to where Bill lives.
Was it Bill Hader or?
We call him Hemi Bill. Bill Hay. I think it's
Bill Hayes. Yeah, I talked to him a couple times too. He sent me some pictures of the car. I guess he had tried buying it for the longest time. And he had some cool picture of the car sitting next to a chicken coop, like a legit chicken coop next to the goats and everything. So, but no, I was really lucky. That's those are some stand-up sellers. There's not too many of them around. I was number 4 in line for that car. The 3 people ahead of me, when they got there, they tried to lowball them. So as if 8,000. Yeah, as if 8,000
move.
I know, right?
$8,000 A12. They tried to lowball him. That's a Mopar hunter move.
Yes.
You go up there like, I'll give you 1,500. Yeah. Oh man. Oh, so, bad moves.
So I was talking to the son. His name was Hunter. Really, really cool kid, and I've stayed in touch with the family. But really cool people. And I told him, I go, I'm interested. I want the car. My preference was a 4-speed, but at that point, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna be picky.
Yeah.
So he said, well, he goes, there's a couple of people ahead of you. I'll let you know if it falls through. Well, sure enough, it fell through. But he said to me, look, he goes, we're really firm on the 8,000. And I said, dude, I go, I'll wire you the money right now. I'll pay for it sight unseen.
Wow.
Just like send me a picture of your license or something, just so that I know I got some recourse in case something bad happens. Right. He had sent me videos of the car underneath. Very solid car. I mean, the ass end is a little bit rough. The trunk needs to be replaced. Quarter panels, a lot of the basic stuff. But overall, the car was very, very solid.
Wow.
So I got really, really lucky. No build sheet. The numbers drivetrain was long gone.
Does it got the tag?
Yep. Does have the tag.
That's all you need at that point. It's like, hey, I got the tag.
Yeah.
So I drove to Vegas, flew up to Washington. I'm from the Northwest originally. So my dad and I, we drove down, picked it up. We made a fun weekend out of it, took it back home. And it's been sitting in the garage. I've been collecting parts for it ever since.
Where do you live, Johnny?
Well, I live in Vegas. Well,
okay.
I've been bouncing back and forth between Vegas and LA the last 10 years.
Okay.
But I'm actually going to be relocating to Cincinnati next month. But my dad is in Central Washington, so that's where we keep all of our Mopars at.
Ellensburg. Yeah, come on. Where are you at?
Moses Lake.
Moses Lake. My mom used to live in Moses Lake. I spent a lot of time there as a kid.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yeah, that's crazy. Awesome.
So,
Chris is going to need the address, Johnny.
Yeah, an A12 for $8,000.
What is it? 90.
Yeah, right off I-90. Yep.
Right off I-90. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I was supposed to drive. It's red, right?
Originally it's R4 red, but it was painted kind of like Ted's or Tad's. It's that Y2 Sunfire yellow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was painted back in the early 80s. But original R4 red, column shift auto, no vinyl top, black stripe.
Cool.
So,
awesome.
That's a really cool car.
Yeah. A12 car, man. $8,000, dude. I almost paid double that for my friggin' truck. I'm pissed. I'm pissed.
I'm not quite, I thought it was a scam at first. I really did. And so did a lot of other people. There's a lot of people.
And that's why you have it and they don't, because you're like, I'm going to take a chance. And you took a chance and look at you now. You got an A12. You know?
When we got there to pick up the car, the owner and his wife, they both told me that the people that came were lowballing them. And they literally wanted the car for like $3,000 or $4,000. I think maybe $5,000.
It was probably a Mopar Hunter listener. It was like, well, Chris told me I got to lowball the guy always.
Man, you can't even find a solid Coronet for $5,000. You know what I mean? Let it alone an A12. I would have bought an A12 shell as long as it's got the tag. That's all I care about. You know what I mean? Everything as far as the engine and stuff. If you had all that shit together, you're talking quadruple the price. You know what I mean? God, did it have? It had the hood? Did it have the hood?
It didn't, no. And I've messed up. That hood's been a hell of a story. So I've bought 3 hoods so far.
No.
They've all been wrong.
Oh, no.
So the second one I got was a lightweight hood. So it fits perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
It's really thin. It's I guess it's a racing hood, but it's thinner than the traditional fiberglass hood. It fits nice. I like it, but I found one on pictures, looked survivorish, and it matched the rest of the patina on the car. I just want to drive the thing before I do the restoration. So I was looking for a hood that would match the rest of the body.
So I got a story on one of those hoods. There's this guy that I met through a friend, and he said he was driving down the freaking freeway, and what does he see on the side of the freaking freeway? One of those A12 hoods.
You're shitting me.
I am not shitting you. Like, it must have been on some guy's car trailer or something, and the pins weren't in, and the hood just sucked off, and the guy never knew. So he recognized it. He pulled over and he grabbed it. But he said those hoods, they're about as heavy, if not heavier, than a damn steel hood, because they are so they have a lot of thickness in them. They're reinforced real heavily. Yeah. So what are the odds?
If I saw a A12 hood on the side of the road, let me tell you how quick I would get in an accident. You know what I mean?
Right.
Oh shit. Like my eyes, I would think that my eyes were just, like, I've been doing this Mopar shit for too long. Like I'm starting to see crazy shit on the side of the road. That's insane. Wow.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, the third hood I got, it looks right, but I think what had happened was, you know those pictures you see where everybody's car turns into a shelf and it's just stacking stuff in the garage?
Oh, yeah.
So
well,
my garage.
I think this hood, somebody was stacking stuff on the 2 snorkels because they've literally compressed. So there's a dip where the snorkel connects to the hood, and it dips a little bit, so the snorkel has a little bit of a downward angle. I didn't notice it in the pictures, and when I got it, I kind of noticed it. But then I put it on the car about a month ago, and I was like, Jesus, that doesn't look right. And sure enough, it's caved in. So strike number 3 right there. So I might just bite the bullet and get one from year 1 or AAR.
Yeah, sure.
But it'll make good garage art.
Yeah, you got a collection of A12 hoods. You might have the biggest collection of A12 hoods on the planet. That's crazy.
You need to get rid of them. Just throw them on the side of the freeway as you're driving.
Use them as bait.
When you're in Washington, Chris will
yes. Oh man.
You know, I was home about a month ago visiting family before the move, and I lucked out. There was a farmer, him and his wife. They had a bunch of GTXs, and they had just done a resto mod to a 67, and they put in a 5.7, and I think it was twin turboed. They put a T56 transmission in it, and you have this beautiful, freshly restored original drivetrain from the GTX. You have the 18 spine, you have the 440, but it's been pulled out of the car and sitting in a shop for about 6-7 years. So I got the interior of their seats because I replaced them with Viper seats, brand new white, beautiful seats. I got the back seats. I got the tranny, the drive line, the cross member, the engine, the clutch, the flywheel, the shift, everything.
Wow.
For $4,500.
Wow. Oh, yeah, nice.
So I'm hoping to get that in the A12 just to get it running. My dad has a 6-pack set up, so I just want to get the car on the road sooner than later. I was hoping to start the restoration this spring, but it's not looking to pan out. The body shop I was working with, they're falling behind, and I don't think they're going to want to take on this car anytime soon. So it may get pushed back another year. So in the meantime, we're just going to drive and have fun with it.
How crazy are you
can
going to
drop
get
it
with
off at my house, and I'll work on
it? How crazy are you going to get with the restoration? Are you going like all in on it, or are you just trying to get it back on the road looking good?
I just want it to look right. I mean, and as bad as it sounds, I'm thinking about even making it a 4-speed. It's originally a column shift automatic. A lot of people say not to, and
don't do it.
I'm on the fence, but I mean, I don't know. Just to get it driving, I'll probably just make it automatic and have fun with it. I'll probably paint it the right color.
Yeah.
It had fender well headers, so I'll replace the inner fender wells, but that's about it. I'm not going to do a nut and bolt restoration. It's not numbers matching, so.
At that point, I would say do a 4-speed swap. I'm totally disagreeing with Johnny right now. Do a 4-speed.
I agree too. I'd 4-speed it just because,
why not?
like you said, the original stuff's gone, and you bought it cheap enough.
Yeah,
you're into it for $12,000 right now, whatever you said. But
no, I'm actually the title. Another thing, when I bought the car, I didn't have a title, so that was a hell of a story getting a title on that car.
Tell us. Let's hear it.
Have you guys ever heard of the Vermont title glitch?
No.
All right, so here's the thing: you do not have to be a legal resident of Vermont to register your vehicle in Vermont. In the state of Vermont, they do not title any vehicle over 15 years old. So if you were to buy a car without a title, so long as you have a bill of sale, if you mail a copy of the bill of sale and you fill out their form and you pay their tax rate, they'll mail you an in-state registration, which the flip side has a bill of sale. So it's a state-sanctioned legal bill of sale. You take that to your home state and sell it to a friend or your father or your brother, sister, or whatever. States recognize the Vermont registration as a legal title. So I went through that process, got the Vermont registration, took it up to Washington. I sold the car to my dad. It's in his name now, but at least we got a title out of it.
I mean, in California, I don't think you have to go through that much hassle. As long as you have a bill of sale, I've gotten tons of cars with no title on them. If you just have a bill of sale, as long as you have a bill of sale, you could go in, you could get it titled, but they have to do a VIN verification. So you got to bring the car in, and then they got to check the VIN on it. But then you can get a fresh pink slip or title to the car.
Yeah, I was going to do that, but I had two obstacles. One, I primarily lived in Vegas, so I had a Nevada license. And this was during the middle of the COVID pandemic, so the DMVs were backed up to no end, and I had to get the car back up to Washington.
Okay.
But for those that don't know, look into the Vermont title issue, and it's very helpful to legally put a car in your name if you can't find a title for it.
Nice.
Cool.
So,
but like what Johnny said, I think Kansas is the same way. We got that 68 Charger out of Kansas back in December, and the only thing they had to do was put an engine in it because it was a roller.
right.
Just put an engine to it and take it to the DOT or DMV, whatever you guys call it. And they were like, yeah, okay. And then they put a title on it.
Does the team remember?
Iowa.
Do you guys remember that silver A12 Roadrunner that was on eBay about 3 weeks ago?
I didn't see it.
All right. Well, that one originally came out of Tennessee. I almost got that car about a year and a half ago. It was on Facebook Marketplace. It was rough. It was a rough car, but same thing. It didn't have a title. So the guy that bought that, he was from Kansas, and he did that same thing that Bud was talking about. You have to get a period correct engine and a couple of documents. And in Kansas, it's also easy to get a title for a car.
How much did that one go for?
He bought the car, I believe, for 11 to 13, somewhere in there. When I last spoke with John, the original seller, that he was asking 15, but I had gotten him down to about 12 or 13. I was turned off by the title because I hadn't heard of the Vermont trick at that point. But he ended up picking up the car, and it was on eBay, and I think the highest it got to was about maybe 18 a couple weeks ago.
Wow.
Super rough.
You don't even need an engine in a car here in California. It kind of blows me away because I always think California is the worst state when it comes to this stuff, and then you hear all these horror stories of, guys in other states, and it's like, I can bring, as long as I have a car and it's got a VIN on it, it doesn't need an engine, doesn't need to run. I can bring it in on a trailer, and as long as I have a bill of sale, then I'm good. You can get a new title for it.
Wow.
So here you gotta get it.
It's not a state assigned title, Johnny?
I'm sorry?
It's not a state assigned VIN number?
No, it's not a state. It's from the factory. Whatever's on the VIN on the car, that's what goes on the title.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So we don't get the same way. We just you have to have a notarized bill of sale, and everything has to be notarized here. So I know like Texas doesn't. You don't have to do notarization, but you have a notarized bill of sale. You fill out an affidavit stating that you belong to a car club, and there's one more thing. But it takes about a week to get a title, and it's completely legitimate. I did 2 cars that way. I had a 73 CUDA. It was real low. It was like the first day of 73 production. I got it out of Atlanta, and Georgia is also no titles on cars older than, I think, 20 years or something. And that same thing, I just had to have a notarized affidavit, bill of sale, and it went through. No problem.
We don't even need notary. There's some documentation you do have to get it notarized, but as long as you have a bill of sale, then you don't. And my buddy Dennis McKay, he just made a comment because we just did that on my Duster. So he didn't have to. Just had a bill of sale, and boom, the car's magically back to life and got a title to it. So
I just assumed California would have been one of the more difficult states to get a title in. But
you would think, but no, it's pretty simple here. I've bought a lot of cars with no titles to them. It's pretty easy as long as you have a bill of sale to it, and as long as you have a VIN. I had one time I bought this car was what was the name of that show? It was a History Channel show. I can't think of the name of it now. It's those do you ever see those guys, the Turbo Twins, and they would do like a build off 2 identical cars. They bring in 2 guys on each side. Anyway, this one was with cop cars, and I had bought this Plymouth Fury that was on that show, and 2 of the VIN numbers were superimposed. I was like, oh man,
no.
So the pinks, the title didn't match what was actually on the car, but it was easy. I just took the car into DMV, and then they came. I told them, it's just those 2 digits are backwards is all, and they did the VIN verification and got it corrected, and done deal. So
for a split second, I thought you meant that the VIN on the car didn't match the title like completely. I was no. California let you get away with that? I was like, wow. I'm moving to California just for that alone because I've been screwed on a couple cars like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's probably another Plymouth Fury out there, right, with the VIN number that I had on the title. It's like, how do you know? But they didn't question it. They just, it seemed pretty obvious. It's like, here's the car and here's the title, and it's these 2 digits are off. So, they let it fly.
Wow. Crazy, dude.
Hey, Chris, quick question for you, man, if you're taking any questions.
Yeah, go for it.
What kind of interest do you get from the community with respects to the Dodge Stealth? Have you talked about that one yet?
I haven't talked about it on my podcast, but I have a list. I have the longest list of potential topics, and one of them was talking about Mitsubishi and Chrysler and how they did such weird things, and how you had the Eagle Talon, and that whole era of the Mitsubishi Chrysler era is just, it's crazy to me. And I think it's a really fun topic, and I really want to get into it because I am a huge fan of, not only I thought the Stealth was awesome when it first came out, but I've always been a fan of the Mitsubishi Starion and the Chrysler Conquest. I think those cars are really cool, and I love seeing them V8 swapped. I wish more people swapped Hemis in them. I think that would be really cool. If I ever get a chance to buy myself a Chrysler Conquest, the first person I'll be calling aside from Johnny to brag that I bought it for $1 or something crazy. It's probably Blake to be like, hey, buddy, I got something for you.
That's awesome.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. There's
2 guys with stealth, like tubular race cars, like stealth body on a tubular chassis, and they're really neat. So I thought that's pretty cool. That there are some people out there that really do appreciate them, and that's pretty cool. Another thing, do you guys remember that horrible '90s TV show? It was like a remake of Smokey and the Bandit, and a stealth was the car that he drove.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember this. It's going to be a high performance.
It was a black stealth RT.
Was it Walker? Because Walker's partner had one.
No, it
was called like Bandit Junior or something, wasn't it? Or
it was back in the day when they used to have you know how they have like was it Power Block TV?
Yeah,
it's on Motor Trend now, but it used to be on TNN, Tennessee Nashville, TNN, right?
Yeah.
So
yep,
it was a TNN show, and it was in the '90s, like mid '90s, and this guy was supposed to be Bandit, but he drove a black stealth RT. That was the big car.
Wow, I've never heard of that. That's going to be a segment on the show. That's amazing.
Well, didn't John Schneider just make a new kind of version of the Bandit, but with a Challenger or something like that? I haven't seen the movie, but I've heard about it.
So he's down here in Louisiana. He has his studio down here. It's an old converted Boy Scout camp.
Okay.
That is very interesting. So yeah, it's like
You've seen it?
It's an earlier. I haven't seen the movie.
Okay.
He advertises it heavily down here, and so he sells it on DVD, which I'm just like, who does that anymore? He's kind of like you going into the gas station and the wrong part of town, and they're trying to sell you their rap CD or their cool CD or whatever.
If it was a VHS tape, I would be impressed.
Oh my god! Yeah. Look, poor thing. He's trying. So Schneider's trying. So he's like peddling this remake. I think it's called Stand on It. That's the name of the movie.
Okay.
And so he took like a 2010-ish Challenger, and he literally cut T-tops in it and decked it out like the Trans Am, Smokey and the Bandit. And
he jumped it, right?
He jumped it. But it's just funny because you could, from the screenshots, you could tell like the fabrication quality on this Challenger.
Oh no!
So it's interesting. He's been peddling it a lot. I mean, he seems like a super cool guy,
Yeah.
But it's funny because I don't know.
I mean, he's Bo Duke, so he's got to be cool. He's still cool.
Real quick, Blake, that show was called Bandit. It was a made-for-TV movie in 1994. It was a twin-turbo RT stealth.
Okay, all right. So that's what it was.
The amount of sacrilege that we've just talked about is unbelievable. That is insane. Wow, that's cool. Now I'm starting to think about Dodge Stealths and how much, as a kid, I really thought they were awesome. Just because the stealth really, like the Dodge Crosshairs, like I don't know. I think that car had a lot of potential, and I just, as much as I really am disappointed that they used so much Mitsubishi technology, because looking at some of those cars like the Conquest, it's like, why didn't they just put a 318 or a 360 in the damn thing? You know what I mean? Gosh, that same goes with the Daytona. I'm getting ready to do some episodes on the front wheel drive turbo Mopar stuff, and it bothers me so much that Daytona was front wheel drive. And I understand the K car stuff, but God, it would have been so much cooler V8 rear wheel drive. So much cooler.
Agreed.
Chris, Mitsubishi went deeper than just those cars. The second gen Ram, we're talking about like the 94 through 2002 era Ram.
Yeah.
Up the hood on those, they had a ton of Mitsubishi parts.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I didn't know that. Really?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Wow.
You can look at some sensors. There were a couple pieces of like plastics and trims, a couple things in those second gen Rams they were Mitsubishi. You pop the hood and you'd read Mitsubishi. So it's pretty
wow.
That's
crazy. I know they did a lot of the mini truck stuff. I know a lot of that stuff was Mitsubishi.
The D50, the was the same as a Mighty Max or something like that.
Yeah. And the thing is like, They don't really bother me, but every time I see one of the Mitsubishi Mopars, is what I like to call them. Every time I see one with a V8 swap, I'm like, all right, that's better. You know what I mean? I've seen a couple D50s with 440 big blocks, and I'm just like, that's insane. they're crazy. Great. But yeah, the Stealth, gosh, it would have so cool with a V8 in that thing. I always think about this too. I wish that the Hemi had come back way before 2003 because there was a lot of potential with the Prowl. I know a lot of people hate Prowlers. I think if the Prowler didn't exist when it came out, and I think if the Prowler came out today with the Hemi in it, I think the whole game would have been changed. I think people would have accepted it with open arms. I think they would have been like, that's awesome. That's what the future cars were supposed to look like, and they were supposed to be. But you look at a Prowler, I actually saw one the other day, and to me, I think they look awesome. It's just everything inside. You look inside it, and you're like, oh gosh, they kind of missed the mark. I mean, they were trying really hard, but I think they missed the mark on those cars as far as drivetrain and stuff.
Interesting note, down in Blake's neck of the woods, down in the south, there's the National Club for Stealth and VR4s. It's 3si.org. There's a member called VR440. What do you think he put in his VR4?
Oh, now I got to look that up. Gonna have to look that up.
It works. He made it fit, and that car kicks ass. So I think it can be done with the Stealth. But yeah, he goes by VR440.
So wait, now a VR4 is all-wheel drive. So you're saying it's an all-wheel drive 440?
No, he removed the original drivetrain, but he put a VR4. He put the 440, and I believe he has either a Powerglide or a 727 in there.
Okay. Because I said VR all-wheel drive. Oh wow.
No. He got the original stuff and put the aftermarket Chrysler.
I'm gonna have to hunt that guy down because I've been on this rampage of trying to find people with crazy either cars that have been motor swapped from Mopar stuff or vice versa. And one guy that I'm really excited that I've been talking to recently is the guy with the Hell National, Blake. I'm gonna get him on the show. I want to talk to him because I think it's. I was telling him, I was like, when it comes to Hemi swap stuff, I think that's one of the cooler ones I've run across lately as far as like something different with the Hemi in it. I just thought, I was like, who in their right mind who would swap out a Grand National Turbo V6 for a Hemi? Only somebody cool. So he's got to come on the show and I got to talk to him about it because that's
my kind of people.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's going to be a big thing in years to come. I think swapping Hemis and crazy shit is going to be off the wall. So
I know it's not as crazy, but I just saw on Instagram last week a guy's Hellcat swapping the AMX, a 69 AMX.
Cool.
Oh wow, that would be a cool.
So that'd be a cool one. But I can't remember his username, so I got to try to find it again.
The Ring Brothers did a Javelin, didn't they? Didn't they put a Hellcat in a Javelin for SEMA a couple years ago or something?
Yeah, the Prestone one.
The Prestone, yes, that one. Yeah. That was a cool one, yeah. Here's a car. I don't know if I've mentioned to any of you guys this. This is going to sound crazy, but I think it would be funny. A Fiero with a rear engine Hemi. Okay, you want to get crazy? Let's get crazy. I mean, I don't know if it's possible, but if it is, I'd like to see it.
Chris, you don't want to
my ears
go back in time.
Oh yes, Johnny. I want to see the craziest shit with Hemis in it. That's what I want to see.
Agreed.
Hey, so I got something to tell you. You were talking about Schumacher. I wasn't sure if I could say anything. My buddy Chris Field, who is the guy that runs Motec, owns Motec, he's buying Schumacher.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So,
really?
Yeah. Kind of a small world, huh? It's pretty crazy.
Wow. That's awesome.
Yeah. When you were talking about it, I was texting. He just came over today to borrow my scales, and he was talking about it, and I was like, man, I don't know if I could say anything because I think they're still in the process of doing the buy, or selling and whatnot. So yeah. So maybe if Blake needs some motor mounts or certain things, maybe we can hook you guys up and make some
A-body
stuff.
motor mounts.
Yeah.
A-body motor mounts.
A-body motor mounts.
Schumacher
Coming out.
Gen 2 Hemi swap mounts for early B-body. I think it's like Gen 2 Hemi into like a 64, 65 B-body. I picked them up at a swap meet, and the guy was like, "Oh, they're Hemi swap mounts." I'm like, "Oh, sweet, you know, B body, E body, got to be close." Well, when I got them home, I was like, "Oh, wrong year, you know, it doesn't fit."
And the early stuff's different.
Yeah, I remember looking at them and thinking like, these are really robust. Like they were really made. They were well made. It's good stuff.
Yeah, their stuff is really good. I mean, I bought a torque strap from them not too long ago, and it took forever to get it. I think they have some family health issues going on, and they're backlogged with parts or something like that. But the quality of their stuff has always been pretty top notch. I've always been happy with the stuff I've ordered from them. I've ordered motor mounts from them before. My Dusters got their motor mounts for the spool mount to put a 440 in an A body. So
yeah, it's you know, it sounds like the type of investment that would be great for advertising on Talking Mopars. So Chris, if you're listening to this, buddy,
he just posted a little square. I don't know what that means.
I'm ready. Just let me know. It's good deals, dude. I've got plenty of ad space. So just let a guy know.
So Chris, I will say this, you know, you might be helping him out because when I remember Schumacher from back in Mopar Nats days when I used to go, they used to have this really cheesy little stapled binder of laminated pictures of their swap mounts, and that's what they would show people. And like they were as low tech could be back in the day. And I know their website was deliciously 90s or 2000s. So you know, a little bit of promotion there, I think would work out well on both ends.
I think so too. It's funny because when I did order Schumacher mounts and the headers off their website that they had, I think they had TTI make them, but for my A body, my Dart, when I had it to do the big block swap, and when I got the stuff, I remember I ordered it and I was like, "Oh, cool, free T-shirt," and I didn't get the free T-shirt. I was so mad about that. I had to reach out and be like, "Hey, man,
do you see his comment right now?"
Free T-shirt.
I did get the T-shirt, and it was cool because it said size does matter or something like that. And on the back, it said HemiSwaps.com. I was like, all right, cool. Or EngineSwaps.com is what it said. Yeah, cool. I'm looking forward to see what's up with that, man. That's really fun. Cool. That's awesome. Yeah, Johnny knows everybody. Yeah.
Good, man.
Mr. My old car's on roadkill. Mr. Oh, I know who bought Schumacher. God. Mr. Oh, Freiberger wants to. I've got Freiberger's heads. Okay, Johnny, we get it. You're a superstar. All right.
Yeah.
He tries to throw me a bone like, yeah, my YouTube subscribers went up after I was on Talking Mopars. Okay, Johnny. Maybe my subscribers went up since you got on Talking Mopars, dude. Oh, fun stuff, man.
Maybe all 370 of them went over.
Oh, no, that's really cool. I'm excited because I was really worried, like what Blake was talking about. I started seeing all the out of stock because I was looking for some other stuff to get. And I was kind of bummed. I was like, oh no, you know, another one bites the dust. And because I had talked to a couple of people and I was like, have you tried just licensing the stuff? Because maybe if the guy's price is too crazy on the business, maybe you can just get, you know, the licensing rights to the parts. But apparently someone worked that out. So congratulations, Chris. I look forward to seeing what happens with with that stuff. That's cool. Yeah, definitely.
You made another comment there. Don't worry, the brand will get a refresh. Yeah, I mean, it's good to see that it's not going to go away because, I mean, whenever I think of engine swaps, it's like Schumacher is pretty much the top of the list. You know, they make so many different motor mount swaps, engines and anything, you know, no matter which way you want to go. So
they really did. It was a very much a quality part. I didn't see anything from them that was kind of like, oh man, they really skimped on this one. You know, you could feel it. You know, it's very heavy duty, very quality.
Yeah, I think like you said. I mean, when you get the instructions. The instructions weren't bad. It was just like, but it was black and white, and it was like a copy of a copy of a copy.
Yeah.
You know, and it's kind of grainy and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, man, I mean, I think with a little extra effort on that side of things, I think they can really, well, I think Chris can take it over the top.
Yeah.
The big thing is videos. I mean, you know, video, the installation of, you know, people really enjoy that level of detail, you know?
Yeah.
Outside of, I've had stuff, I think I had a vintage air kit that I did here recently, and I'm just looking at it. I can't even make out what the picture is because, like you said, it's a copy of a copy of a copy, and it's like,
yeah,
this is horrible, you know?
yeah. Well, and I think too, I mean, now because YouTube is so, a staple to everything, like I could tell you the Schumacher mounts I put in my Duster, what I didn't know, I thought it was you just slap these motor mounts on and you're good to go. I had my K-member powder coated and everything, and then I get the instructions and I'm going through there and I'm like, shit, man, I got to cut the hell out of my K-member to get these motor mounts to work. And it's not so much that, I'm complaining that I had to do that. It's just I wish I had if there was a video I had watched ahead of time, I could have did all of that fabrication stuff long before, getting the K-member powder coated. So I think in today's day and age, it's like there's a lot more opportunity to basically kind of pave the path for somebody. It goes a long way when somebody can watch a video and go, okay, yeah, I know I got to cut this, I got to tweak that, this bolt's in here, I buy this part, and bam, I'm good to go. I think you'll be miles ahead of the competition if you could do that.
Yeah, I actually have a question for David.
Yes, sir.
David, what about the Hemi swap attracted you to do it to your car? You said that Blake and I talking about it did it. What really pushed you over the edge? I'm curious what's getting people to make that decision.
Well, for me, like it says, when I bought the car, I didn't have a motor, and it was a 318 car. So I thought, well, I want to go bigger, so I'll do a 360. Then I heard you guys talking about doing a Hemi swap, and then kind of looking into it, going like, well, the Hemi basically will bolt up to the LA or the small block bell housing. You can use your transmission. So there's not a lot of things that you need to change. You just change the motor, obviously new mounts and headers, exhaust system. So that's the thing that really got me thinking about, like, yeah, I think this is really the way that you need to go, because you don't have to change a lot of things,
Yeah,
I follow what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, no, it totally makes sense. I think, I know when you go from a small block to a big block, it's like, everything changes. If you have a 318 904 car and then you put a 727 in, it's longer, you got to go with a shorter drive shaft, and then it's just like this cascading of, things. One thing changes another thing and changes another thing, and then next thing you know, you got this completely, custom modified car that it's like, God, you got to tweak everything on it. This is why, Matt's not here, so I can't hurt his feelings, I guess. But this is one of the things I bitch about with A bodies. It's like putting a big block in an A body it's a lot of work. I mean, it changed everything. You got to build the car from the ground up, basically. And I've talked to Mike Coffey about it in the past, and a lot of guys online have thrown that question out there. What are the thoughts on building an A body versus like a B body or anything really? And the B body is just so much easier because most of them have an 8 3/4 in them already, so they can handle some decent power. You still got to do some modifications, but it's like the car is so much bigger. An E body the same way. You got so much more room. It's easy to swap to a big block in those cars, but A bodies, they're just so freaking tight, and it changes everything. Everything in the car changes. So it's a ground up if you do a swap like that, which I'll never do another one. From here on out, it's like stock.
Yeah. So, and the thing is, my philosophy on this build is I want to keep it much Mopar as I can.
Yeah.
Everything Mopar. I'm going with drum brakes in the back. Now, originally had the 10-inch with the 1 3/4. I found the backing plates, and so I'm going to go with the 2.5 shoes on it. I'm going to upgrade to the disc brakes in front. So I bought spindles and the caliper bracket, for that. So that's what I want to do with this car, because I don't want it to be so oddball And you know, the thing is that I kind of make fun of the guys that do the Willwood stuff. You know, like, ooh, I gotta have Willwood brake shoes, and you know, the Mopar brake shoes calipers are as good, or even, especially if you get the old pin calipers. I mean, they got a cylinder on them that's like about almost 4 inches in diameter.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
just as much clamp pressure, old school, you know, brake shoe than you do a modern Willwood with like that's got like 20,000 pistons in them. You know.
I'm not saying I'm going to do this. I'm not doing a Hemi swap in an A body, but I could see the attraction. I don't know if this was part of your calculation, David, but you know, if what's nice is if you can drop a Gen 3 Hemi in and pretty much leave the rest of the car, you know, reusing your transmission, your drive shaft, your rear end, and all this stuff. And it's like you can transplant that in there. And that could be one phase. If you wanted to upgrade later, like maybe the next phase, you're enjoying the car, you're driving it around, you're having fun with it. You got it going in a short period of time. It didn't cost you a ton of money. And then maybe phase 2 or 3 years from now is to put in, you know, a modern transmission, or maybe it's an 8 3/4, or maybe, you know, you can kind of break it up into phases. That's kind of the nice thing about putting it in place of, say, a small block Mopar.
So, I mean, the only real modification that I've done is I've put the spring relocation kit in because I wanted to mini tub it, and you on those A bodies you have to do both. You can't do a spring relocate, or I'm saying you can't just do a mini tub without doing the spring relocate because you're not going to gain anything.
That's pointless.
So that's the only thing that I'm really doing is modification and just fixing all the dented up sheet metal and replacing the rusty stuff, the rusty and crusty. And I'm just going to go with stock interior. The dash pod is going to be a little different. I'm going to go with Dakota digital gauges on there. It's all plug and play.
I'm going to plug another friend. Okay, Dustin.
This guy.
No, I have a YouTube buddy that is doing a bunch of stuff to a Duster. It's called Dust and Bust. You look up his channel on YouTube, Dust and Bust. He's doing a small block, but man, he's taking this car completely apart. So if you're working on a Duster and he's doing stuff like that, I don't know if he's doing the Dakota gauges. I think he did a different brand, but it's worth watching just to see the things he runs into and maybe pick up some tips or something, you know?
Yeah, Dust and Bust.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine was completely blown apart when I got it. So, unfortunately, I had all the stainless trim and everything. I was just so fortunate that stuff was there.
Yeah.
I had to buy one interior piece that went above the back panel, that little stainless trim piece. But everything else was there. I mean, all the window trims and everything. So
see, in my day in the 90s, man, there would be 3 or 4 of those things in a junkyard. You can get A body parts pretty readily, you know.
Yeah.
B bodies were gone, E bodies were gone.
Yeah.
But nowadays it's like the A bodies are like the B bodies and E bodies were. They're just sort of dried up, you know. You damn near got to get a parts card to get all the pieces you need if you're missing some parts.
I actually got my parts from Wildcat Mopar out of Sandy, Oregon. Because I'm originally from Oregon. I'm from the Northwest, the rainy Northwest. So
I gotta ask you.
A lot of time in Seattle, there, Chris.
I gotta ask you, David. I really want to move to Texas. I am trying. I hope my wife is in the chat right now and she's like just laying low because she likes to spy on me. I really want to move to Texas. What's that move like? Is it worth it? Should I do it?
I love Iowa. Texas. I've been down here for 6 years.
Whereabouts in Texas are you?
I live in Arlington.
Okay.
So
where's that?
I'm 10 minutes from Summit Racing, which is really dangerous.
Is that kind of like? Is that kind of central north, or is it?
It's north. It's North Texas.
Okay.
It's like
I've heard a lot
Dallas.
of
it's like just outside of Dallas Metroplex, right?
Yeah, it's like Arlington is like halfway between Dallas and Fort Worth.
Yeah.
So,
I hear a lot of Californians are moving to that northern Texas area.
Yeah.
Hopefully, they're not bringing their
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
The bullshit.
But I tell you, this last winter that we had, that little freeze thing that we had, like, oh my gosh. It's like I worked in North Dakota for a couple winters, and I thought, I'm never going to, I do not like the cold. I hate the cold. I spent a winter down in southeast Texas, down there in Beaumont, and it was like, I think we had like one day that was like, we had some frost or something like that. I go, this is awesome. This is great.
Oh.
No, not this winter up here.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a shock to a lot of people. When I saw the weather, I was like, "Oh man!"
It was a shock to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Oh, it was bad.
Power out. I don't have any hot water.
It was bad.
Yeah.
But it's great. I love it. So it's just different. It's a different way of life down here.
Yeah, we've talked about leaving California too. I mean, we're pretty good where we're at work wise. So, but if that ever changes or something, it's like I'm ready to leave California and go someplace better.
Yeah, there's lots of places down here. You get out of the metroplex and stuff. You get buy a little property. You can.
Property.
If this podcast blows up, I'm gone. If the podcast blows up and maybe my YouTube channel takes off, I'm out of here. I'm not living in Washington. I'll tell you that right now. I got friends and family here. I'll fly up and visit them if I'm making enough money. Like, I don't want to live here anymore. But
I think Blake's like installing a Hemi as we're doing this live chat.
Gotta hustle, guys.
Yeah, right?
Exactly.
Good company, get some stuff done.
I gotta ask you guys. I'm on the fence here. So I got this van. I've been dying to talk about this friggin' van all night. I have a Hemi and I have the 451 stroker, and I can't decide which way I really want to go with this thing. I'm leaning towards the big block, but at the same time, the Hemi's cool. But I'm like, I don't want to waste this perfectly good big block I got. So I'm like, what do I do? Do I just leave that for the next Mopar I get sometime down the line, or what? What do I do?
My vote is save the big block for a hot rod. Yeah. I mean, you're going to be driving this van going long distances and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'd probably put the Hemi in it, but I would get the 360 running first.
Oh no, absolutely. I'm not getting that crazy with the van yet. I've learned my lesson from tearing shit apart and not getting it back together.
Yeah.
That's definitely unless I'm going to send it down to Blake. Now that's a completely different story. If I was just going to ship it down there, then I'd be like, all right, Blake, see you in 9 months, buddy.
That's why you buy them all tore apart. Then you don't have a choice. You got to put it back together.
Yeah.
I just don't have the bankroll to say, all right, put it on my tab, Blake. Okay. Not quite yet.
Oh, are you doing tabs, Blake? Or
that's a Talking Mopar special, Johnny.
Okay.
All I'm saying is, I had a very nice offer for him. He said, just get it down here. Get it down here with the parts, and I'll make it happen.
Okay. All right. You heard it here first, folks.
Chris, what do you do with the truck?
What's that?
What are you going to do with the truck?
I just bought a 2012 5.7. Nice. I wanted to put a 6.4 in it, but it was going to make my money situation so tight I just couldn't swing it. It is in the plan to put a 6.4 in it. Hopefully a stroker, but that's so far down the line. That's like my dream. But I think the Hemi is like a must to make it, live up to the Mr. Norm name. You know what I mean? Yep. Yeah, Blake. It just, and everybody I talk to, it says new and used Hemi parts on the fender. And so like, I'll be sitting at a light. This has happened twice. And people have rolled up to me just like the commercial. And they're like, hey, has that thing got a Hemi? And then I have to be the loser and go, no. And then they hit me. Then they beat me into the dirt even more. And they go, oh, it's 440, right? And I'm like,
I hated that commercial.
Is it at least a 400 stroker?
Yeah.
I bought a brand new Ram in 2003. It was an 04 regular cab short bed with the Hemi, a half ton. Yeah. And everywhere you went, that's what people yelled at you. It got so annoying.
Yeah, it's
it says right on the fender.
Yeah. For me, it's not even. Yeah. I just. I'm like, when is somebody going to roll up and be like, oh, slant 6? And then I go, no, it's actually 360. Thanks. Hasn't happened yet. I'm about to start bullshitting and be like, yeah, Hemi. It does have a Hemi.
It's going to be Uncle Tony that's going to say that. That guy loves slant 6s, man.
Yeah, he's the slant 6 guy, definitely. Yeah. I do want to say, yes, it does have a Hemi right there in letters on the fender, in case you were wondering. But it's a fun truck, but I'm actually having issues with the truck. Yeah, check this out. So I had this plan. I had my buddy Justin was coming up from Yakima to come visit some family, and he wanted to come over. And I was like, yeah, come over. We'll go to this little get together that happens at this this parking lot. I did a live on it a few weeks ago, and I was like, perfect. Saturday, we'll roll the truck out there. You can ride in the truck, and we can just get to know each other a little bit because he's a Mopar guy, and we've never met in person. It's all been online. And he's on his way over, and I'm in the truck, and usually when I first got it, 3 pumps and thing fires up maybe on the second crank. And it was like that for a while. And then it started getting a little harder to start. And I was like, okay. And I tried to start it the other day on Saturday, and the damn thing was not starting for me. And I was like, interesting. And when my friend Justin came over, he brought his friend, and I had gotten it started. It fired up, and I was like, okay, good. I was like, you bitch, you better do what I tell you to. And I got it started, and I was like, okay. And it was doing okay, and it was idling. It was being really nice. And I've been having issues with the Edelbrock AVS2. At least I thought it was the carb that was giving me problems, because when I first got the truck, first thing I did when I got it on the road, I found myself a nice little road. I dropped it into first, and I wanted to just hammer it and see what happened. Because I never when I put the wheels and tires on it, I never checked to see if it had a sure grip, because I wanted to surprise myself the right way, And I go at first gear, I hammer it, and the thing falls on its face, and I'm like, shit, it about died. So I popped it in second. It stayed alive. So I was like, okay, all right, maybe something's going on here. And I immediately thought that maybe it wasn't getting the right amount of fuel. But then I was like, it kind of smells like it's running rich. But I don't have a vacuum gauge, so I really didn't have a way to test that. And I have an aftermarket I have an aluminum Edelbrock intake for it. So I was like, I'm not going to mess with it until I put the intake on. Then I can, fine tune it. And a couple weeks ago, I had messed with the idle mixture, and it was running stronger. Because what I did was I just backed everything down until it started running rough, and then 1.5 turns out, and it smoothed the idle out, and it felt really strong. I was like, all right, cool. Took it for a ride. It was great, running great. And then every once in a while, from a light, if I got on it a little bit, and this is after it's warm, it would fall on its face a little bit, but come right, like it would bog for a split second and come back on. So I'm like, interesting. So I get it to my house, and then the next time I took it out, I backed it out of my driveway, and it died. And it was like on a Sunday or something, and everybody was out in the neighborhood. I was like, okay, you piece of shit, don't do this to me now. Because I was embarrassed, because everybody's like, the asshole with the loud trucks moving out of his driveway, and it died. And you could tell they just had little mini celebrations going on. Like, that's what he gets. That's what he gets. And then I fired it back up, and I was like, all right, cool, let's get out of here. So I hot rod it down the street, and I get to the light, and I'm about to turn on the main road, and it died again. And I was like, okay, this is what we're going to do. So I fired it up, and I backed it all the way back up to my house, because I was like, I do not want the shame of having it towed if it actually breaks down and I can't fix it on the road. So I was like, okay, it was telling me, hey, you haven't tuned me up. You haven't done shit to me since you bought me. So maybe do that before you go hot rodding me around. Now, did I tell you guys what happened to me when I took it to get the exhaust done? Did I tell you guys about that? I didn't tell you about the shock dropping out on me on the freeway.
I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw that.
So I play hooky from work one. Actually, I didn't play hooky. I went into work and I said, hey, can I have the day off? Is there somebody else that can do my route? Somebody else did my route. So I was like, all right, I'm going to go get the exhaust put on. So I do a little photo opportunity at this barn, really cool shots. And I'm just living it up. I'm like, nice sunny day. It's Washington. I got the day off. I'm in my truck having a great time. And I get on the freeway, and all of a sudden I start hearing and I'm like, what the hell is that? And the first thing that came to my mind was, because one of the previous owners had busted the spoiler and had JB welded it, right? So I was like, okay, maybe that JB weld gave way or something happened, because I've munched the spoiler one time coming out of my friend's driveway. It was really, I shouldn't have even tried, and I slowly rolled up and I heard it go. So I was like, okay, back up. So I didn't mess it up too bad, but in my head I was like, I screwed it up. I knew I screwed it up, but I didn't think I hit it that hard. So all this stuff's going through my head, and it just keeps getting worse. Every dip in the road I can hear, and in my head I'm going, shit. And there was really no place to pull over, and I'm thinking at any moment this spoiler is going to come off and it's going to come up. And I was hoping, I was like, please just shatter and don't damage the rest of the truck. I can get another spoiler and figure it out. So in my little peanut brain, I'm going, okay, do I just find a spot to pull over right now and figure out what's going on? Or do I just not want to know and get it off the freeway to the exit that I'm going to and just see what's happening then? So I was like, I'm just going to risk it. Screw it. It doesn't sound that bad. It's still pretty consistent. So I get off the freeway, and the thing on every small bump is making this horrible sound. So I pull over, I get out, and I knew it was coming from the driver's side, and I got out and I saw that the spoiler was fine, and I was like, oh shit. And I immediately knew it was a suspension. So I cranked the wheel, I get underneath it, and there's the shock sitting that much off the ground. So every bump I was hitting, it was hit because the two bolts that are in the bottom dropped out. Just dropped out. So I was like, oh shit. And it's like that low off the ground, and my peanut brain again, I still had about almost 20 miles to go to the shop that I was going to take it to. So I was like, okay, so do I want to risk it? So I was in a Walmart parking lot. I pull out and I'm like, I'm going to risk it. I'm going to go the whole way. And again, and now it's getting worse. It must have dropped out a little bit farther, because it's like a pebble could have made that thing scrape. So I just went to the first. I had been to this other shop before, so I went in there and they could squeeze me in, but it was just the two bolts that fell out. So between that, and then, so here's another issue that the truck has. I haven't had a chance to talk about this. This is kind of fun. So if I hammer the throttle and I let off, the thing will kind of, it's hard to explain. It'll almost shimmy to the left. And I've been like, what the hell is going on here? And I always told myself, well, when I get the exhaust done, it'll be in the air, because my fat ass is too lazy to just get underneath it, jack it up, and look at it, right? That's my bad. And I always tell people, if you buy these cars, whatever the case, always safety check them first, because you don't know what the hell the previous owner did to the damn thing, right? Went against every rule I've ever set, and I paid for it. So we get it up on the lift, and I look, and if you look at it from the rear, the driver's side U-bolts and everything are a little bit shifted, but everything is there. I don't know what, everything's tight, everything's there. So the plan is to unbolt everything and just see if I can get it to sit correct, because it's pretty sketchy. Like if I'm going fast, like if I'm really hammering it and just going, and then I let off, the faster I'm going, the scarier it shimmies. So I'm like, okay, so that's I haven't had a chance to talk about that yet. So that's kind of scary. So I just need to.
Pin's missing.
I thought it was. It's in.
Really?
I checked both sides. Yes, I don't know how it shifted or why it shifted. I have no idea.
Rear end swap out of something else or something. That's
it does have an 8
were off just far enough.
It could be. It does have an 8 3/4 out of something else. I assume it's a truck. But I think I asked Murray, the original owner of it, and I have no idea. So I'm just going to take it all apart and figure out what's going on. But it's nothing. It wasn't to the point where I was like, oh, that's. I mean, it's sketchy and unsafe. But I was like, oh, that's not that sketchy and unsafe. I can at least drive it home, and as long as I'm not being an asshole, I'll live. You know what I mean? And then it starts doing this thing. Like, so last Saturday, it's idling. I'm talking to my buddy, and I'm feeling pretty good. Like, yeah, we're gonna go for a cruise. It's gonna be a good time. And we're talking, and the thing just fucking dies on me. And I'm like, oh, we're gonna do this again, huh? Okay. So I go to start it. I crank the hell out of it. It's not firing, no matter what I do. Foot all the way down. It's getting to the point where now it's starting to crank weak, because I'm sitting there getting pissed off, trying. Yeah. And my friend Justin brought one of his buddies with him. And he goes, hey, this thing's leaking fuel. And I was like, huh? And one of the fuel lines, one of the hose clamps had come loose. So we're like, okay, well, maybe it's a fuel pressure issue. Right. And I was telling them, I was like, yeah, I've been fiddling with this carb, and sometimes I can get it to run really good. And then randomly it'll fall on its face. And my driveway's at kind of an angle. And one of the guys was like, well, maybe it's because you're tuning it when it's not on level ground. And that thought never really occurred to me. And I was like, well, I guess that could be an issue. But I'm really thinking it's something in the fuel, because it's idling fine and just dies. So I'm going to throw a fuel filter and a fuel pump in it, and hopefully that'll mitigate the problem. But I'm not sure. Any ideas? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think
it's random. It's random.
I think you should take it apart and check the float levels on it. I mean, if those float levels are really high,
yeah, that's what we were talking about too.
Filling all the way up. I mean, I just messing with Edelbrock carbs. I've never messed with the one you have, but the traditional Edelbrock carb. I mean, here in California, the gas here is so freaking shitty. It's like invisible. It's like a film or something gets on the rubber pieces, and the needle and seat will not seal. So you can fire up the truck or a car or whatever and go driving for a while, and then you come to you're running fine down the freeway, get off the freeway and come to a stop sign, and then boom, the thing floods and dies, and then you can't start it because it's flooded. And it's like, what the hell? You take it apart, there's nothing there, you can't see anything. I'll just soak it in Chem Dip, and then I blow everything out. I rinse it, and then I blow everything out with a carb cleaner, and I'll take a Q-tip to the needle and seats to make sure it's all super clean, put it back together, and it'll run like a top. And as long as if you don't let it sit, like if you let it sit for 2 or 3 months or more, then yeah, you're going to have the gas here. It screws with the carburetors. You got to pretty much fire them up and run them and drive them, within that 2-month span. Otherwise you got to rip the carburetors apart, clean them up, put them back together.
Yeah. And I know this carb was brand new when it was put on, and it does not have very many miles on it. At least it doesn't, look like it to me. But it's gotta be something in the fuel. And it was one of those things.
Do you have another carb?
I had an Edelbrock 1406, and because I'm a money whore, I was like, I don't need that thing. So I sold it for $100. So now that thing's gone, and I was like, great, you money. So mad at myself. So what I'm going to do, I had planned to do all the basic stuff to this thing just to make sure it was good to go. And of course I procrastinated. And so now I'm paying for it. So I'm going to do the tune up on it, do the fuel filter, fuel pump. And then the next thing was the carb. And the reason why I didn't start tearing into that was because I really wanted to put fuel injection on it. But I've talked to a couple of people and they're like, don't do it. I've talked to a couple other people that were like, do it. Because when I do the Hemi swap, I really want to put one of the OCP intake manifolds on it, because I really want the old school. I want it to look old on top, new on bottom. Because I've been dying to use that Coyote Duster air cleaner lid on this thing. It looks cool. It's my favorite air cleaner lid of all Mopar. So I was like, God, I really want that on this truck. And the only way to do that is to put a 4-barrel on it. And I didn't want to carburate it. I wanted to keep it fuel injection. So I was like, well, if you get the air cleaner on top of a Holly or a Phytech or whatever, because that's another whole debate in itself. I've talked to people that have used both systems, and both of the people that I've talked to are like, oh yeah, this one's great. This one's great. That one over there sucks, but they don't have any experience with the other. So it's like, I'm getting opinions from everywhere. And I don't know what direction I want to go with it yet, but I do know I want fuel injection, and I do know that I want the aluminum intake manifold to keep it somewhat old school, because I don't know, the old school look for that, like the plastic intake manifolds are going to bother me till the end of time. I just don't aesthetically. That's why I like the 6.1s the most, because they have the aluminum intake, and I think it looks more badass. That's not to say that the plastic intakes off the 6.4 or whatever aren't amazing. They're awesome, but
the 6.1's actually better. It flows better. People put them on the 6.4s.
Okay. Oh, what kind of modifications are needed for that, Blake?
On a 6.4?
Yeah.
Nothing. Bolts right on.
What about on mine, on the 2012 5.7?
Nothing. Bolts right on.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Now, it came out of a truck, right?
Yes. It's a Ram.
So yeah, the timing accessory, like the timing cover, it's made for the AC compressor and alternator up top. So, that's where the 6.1 manifold throttle body is, right? So some people are able to successfully clock the throttle body like 90 degrees, just, change the, from this, it's a 4-bolt flange. So you just change it 90 degrees. Some people are successful to do that. But as far as the cylinder heads go, the Eagle, so 09 and up 5.7s have same intake and exhaust ports as the 6.1s did and like what the 6.4s have. So you're fine. You just can't really bolt on the 6.1 on like a 03 through a 08 5.7 because they have smaller intake ports, and if the ports don't physically match up, so you have to run this adapter plate. But the good thing about the Gen 3 Hemi is the intake ports are they're flat. They're not cocked at an angle like some of the old school engines or even like the LS engines where the intake ports are, say, like a 40-degree angle. They're level. They're flat. So if you have to run an adapter spacer, it just spaces the intake up 1/4 of an inch. So, new 6.4 or the Eagle 5.7, it's a bolt-on. The only thing you have to worry about is your throttle body clearance around the timing cover if you run a truck accessory setup. If it were a car like Eagle 5.7, bolt that sucker on.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
I'll have to. Gosh, now it got me thinking of another direction. But I still have the other. I have 2 Hemis. I have the 06 and the 12. The 06 was out of a Charger, and the 12 was out of a Ram. So the plan now was to put the 12 in the Mr. Norm truck, and the 06 was going to go in the van or the big block. Somebody, I'm an asshole because I forgot who it was, but somebody sent me a picture of a van doing a wheelie at the drag strip, and I was like, "Holy shit!" That's and cool. I was like, then my wheels started turning, but realistically, Johnny, I think you're right, dude. Just put the Hemi in it, make it reliable.
Yeah,
with some power. Plus Hemi vans. Oh, that's another guy. I can't wait to get on the podcast because I've been talking to him. The guy who's doing the Hellcat van.
What?
Holy shit! You don't know about that guy?
No, I know about him, but
okay,
the fact that you got him on the show is cool.
No, yeah, I've been talking to him. I want him to come on because I was like, look, dude, I want to have the information because I want to know about the mounts. Because one thing I was excited about having the Mr. Norm truck here was that when the van gets here, I can look and take some measurements because I've always wondered if the motor mounts are the same. Now, 2 people have said no, but I don't think either one of them have actually looked. I think they're just guessing, which would make sense. But I have a sneaking suspicion that they might be the same or roughly the same. But I'm going to look into it. But at the end of the day, Blake's going to figure all that out for me, so I don't have to worry about it.
I know if I ever do a Hemi swap, it's going to Blake.
Yeah.
There we go. So that brings an interesting question. Chris, if you had to put a Hellcat or were able to put a Hellcat in a van, what would you call the van?
Well, it's funny about the Hellcat van I was just talking about because I said when the Hellcat came out, I was like, the first thing I thought of, because I've been on a truck kick for several years now, I was like, they should put it in a Ram 1500, a standard cab, to kind of, go back to the SRT 10 days, but obviously a Hellcat truck. And I was like, well, you couldn't call the Hellcat, the truck, a Hellcat. I wanted to call it the Hellhound. And this guy's calling it the Hellhound van. So I was like, oh, awesome.
Really?
Yeah. So I thought that was a really cool name. The Hellhound. I liked that. But for a van, I probably wouldn't put the word hell in it. But since it is a Hemi, I would probably call it like the Mastodon or something badass, awesome. Like a big elephant type thing.
Mammoth.
I was saying the mammoth sounds good, but I didn't think of mammoth. I thought of woolly mammoth, and I was like, that kind of sounds pussy. So I was like, I don't know about the woolly mammoth. I was like, oh, why don't you put some fur on that thing too?
Woolly.
Yeah, well, but Trade mammoth. Satan. That's funny. But mammoth, I actually like mammoth better than mastodon. That's cool. Yeah. Or I could call it the Fastodon.
There you go.
I thought a Hellcat, a good name for a Hellcat swapped van would be, I mean, you got to think of that era, the van craze, right?
Okay, go.
Van Halen.
There you go.
I like that. Damn. Blake had that in his back pocket. Just waiting.
Yeah, he
I was
did.
thinking about that as you're talking about this guy.
All
with
I
this
need
Hellcat
is to
truck, and
find
I'm like,
somebody with a van, and I could drop this name.
Oh,
Van Halen.
he had that in his back pocket. He's
You
like,
gotta
"Let's do
have
this."
it like all 8-tracked out and everything, man.
Oh God, that's a great. I never thought about finding an 8-track for it. I'm gonna find an 8-track for it. That's a great idea. I have a picture that I found on Instagram. It's a couple 8-tracks. I forget which ones they are, but there's a red, it almost looks like a Trump hat, like the Make America Great Again hat, and it says "Make Vans Boogie Again." I was like, "Ooh, I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get that." But see, in Washington, if you wear a red hat, no matter what it says, crazy people try to start fights with you, even if it says nothing about Trump. So it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know if I need that drama in my life. But
Chris, all right.
Go.
You know how back in the day they had it was like a trunk is where they kept all the 8-tracks in.
My dad has one for cassettes. Yes, I know. I'm very familiar.
So you get one of those, but you do it up like a demon crate, and you put all your 8-tracks in there for your name. Just saying, man.
Oh, these are great ideas, Blake. Blake's been waiting for me to talk about vans. He's got all these great ideas.
Yeah.
It's like diarrhea of the brain. It's just coming out.
Hey, I'll be there to wipe it and take it.
Did you ever figure out what you're gonna do, like for your like logo on the side and stuff?
So I really like the paint on this thing. I'm hoping that I can preserve some of it and that it comes out okay. I want to find, because I really like the pinstriping on the van too. I would really like to find someone to, because I'm on the fence. Is like, you don't really want to. It's almost like tattooing. I don't like the idea of if I had an unfinished tattoo, I don't really like the idea of going to a different artist to have him finish that tattoo. Because part of me wanted to find I
pinstripe.
You pinstripe?
Well, yeah, you should know that.
I just see this hand coming up.
I letter and pinstripe.
Hey, if I fly you
on my stories sometimes.
Do I have to bring you out here, or do I have to bring the van to you, or can I fly you out here to do my van?
Oh, I'd go out there. But here's what I was going to get at. A buddy of mine, Shane Vigel, his Vigel Custom Designs, he follows me and he'll post stuff. I just shared a 59 Rambler he just did. It's going to be an autocrosser. He airbrushes.
No shit.
Yeah.
I can't.
And we live like 15 miles away from each other.
I have been sitting here wondering, because my buddy Will just had some not airbrushing, some pinstriping done, and I was going to ask him who did it. I'm sorry, dude. I didn't even think about you.
No, I don't care. I'm like 1,000 miles away or something.
I'm sitting here thinking about local guys, and I'm trying to look up local Washington pinstripers. I'm gonna get you out here. At that point, but what I was gonna say is, I don't know if I want somebody to basically finish what has worn off over the years and just get it back to where it was, or if I just want to go, here's what was on it, come up with your own style that is, something similar, because I like where the pinstriping is, but I do want the logos on it, and I thought of trying to find someone that can do hand lettering.
I letter and I pinstripe.
Hey, I think we got
Hold on, I'm gonna take my headphones off. I'll go over and grab something real quick.
Go get me some stuff. Oh man, now I'm excited. Now part of me wants to take the van to Blake and then fly Bud down to Blake and be like, all right, you put the Hemi in, you put the paint on. Let's knock two birds out with one stone.
Let's do it.
What you got, Bud? Now I'm excited. It's all coming together.
Where does Bud live?
Iowa.
Yeah, I'm in central Iowa.
Okay.
So I don't know if this will show up or not. I know we got small screens and stuff.
Here, I'm going to bring you up onto a big screen. Hold on. Let me get you
so
up
this
here.
is a yellow. This is a yellow light lens out of a traffic signal. So this will be the Scat Pack logo.
Oh yeah. Okay, I remember this.
What?
Yeah, you were telling me about this.
This is for a guy off of Instagram. So it's personalized. It has a name at the top, Cole. That's not him. It's for a family member, I believe. His like LM23 something Dart. He's got a yellow 69 Dart. Kyle's his name, I believe. All right. So then you got some pinstriping.
Nice.
Bro, I'm flying you out, dude.
That's like,
oh man,
that's like 3 or 4 colors. I can't remember. I was just dicking around one day.
That's awesome, man.
Sorry for the language.
No, this is.
So this one's black
shit.
panel.
Jeez. Do you do lettering too?
Yeah, I do.
So for
this one, I haven't done a second color on. I mixed a custom green. It's hard to see, but it's kind of a minty green.
That was awesome.
And then I'll do another color on top of that. Yeah, it's freehand.
That's great.
Hold on real quick.
Oh man,
he's gonna go pull a door off of his truck or something like that. Lettering. Garage.
He's gonna go grab a picture of a van and like, look at this van I pinstriped.
All right, old oil bath air cleaner.
Oh yes.
That's sweet.
Oh yeah, dude, that is killer.
Badass.
You see, it's hard to see, but there's a lot of detail.
Oh no, I see it. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh man.
Yeah, stuff like that. I don't think I have anything that's lettered here. But if you go on my Instagram, it's Muscle Car Syndicate. There's a lot of Mopar stuff on there I've done for people. I did like when the Cuda came out in 70, the new, obviously the E-body. I did a version of that for a buddy of mine. So it's like an 11.5 by 24. Took me 27 hours to paint.
Oh wow.
I've done multiples of the traffic signals lenses. I have kind of a stash of those. But no, Chris, I can send you pictures of lettering and things I've done. I don't have anything.
You showed me plenty. I'll fly you out. I just got to figure out what I want on the damn thing. Let's talk about this because I've never actually talked to somebody in depth about that art. How did you get started in pinstriping, dude?
So I was always big. I mean, I'm a muscle car guy first and foremost, but I like all things mechanical, whether it be airplanes, whatever stuff, And I liked the whole Ratfink thing, Ed Roth and Von Dutch, the Flying Eyeball, and all that stuff. And when I was in college, I went to school for auto body, just a community college. And one of my teachers was like 70 years old, and he was an old school dude. And I was like, hey, I want to pinstripe, I want to custom paint. I wanted to do like restoration work, and I'm going to school for like a production job.
Yeah.
And so one day he was like, well, I don't got time to teach you, but he bought me a brush and a can of One Shot. And he said, just go home and make designs on a mirror. And I was, like 20 years old. 19 years old or something. So I did, and I got discouraged. I didn't know what the hell I was doing, and nobody would really talk to you. And the internet, not that it was bad, but it wasn't like it is now where you have like just everything at your fingertips for every bit of resources. But so I worked with a guy named Jim Hetzler out of anyways, Eastern Iowa. He is world renowned. The dude, he is well known. He does he works for House of Colors at SEMA every year. Does striping and airbrushing tutorials there, stuff like that. So I worked with him for a few days, and he's like, "Yeah, you're good to go, man. Just start doing it."
Wow.
So I've just here and there I start painting, and then I'll get away from it, and then I'll come back to it. So I'm trying to transition into like acrylics on canvas. I haven't really messed with it. Let me step away real quick one more time. I'll grab something else you can see.
Oh man.
I just want to go on the record and say that life ain't fair. When you got men like Bud, they can make perfectly asymmetrical designs, and I can't even line up my mustache. So I'm just saying.
This is one more. This is one more that.
Hold on, let me get you up here.
So I haven't done anything. I don't know if you can see what it is or what it says.
Daytona.
Nice. Cool.
Yeah, so I have it drawn. I just haven't done any paint on it yet.
That's cool.
Wow,
that's nice, man.
So I did this, and I did a 70 mod top Cuda because that Mopar's 5150 had found one of the 17 B5 blue with a blue mod top cars.
Oh yeah.
So I was gonna paint one just to.
Oh man.
Because there's no pictures of one. So I was just gonna kind of paint one as like kind of a sort of a rendering, but it'd be like a real close shot of like part of the quarter window, and then part of the roof.
Nice.
But I haven't got that far yet. So.
Do you sell any of this, or is this all just out of the goodness of your heart? You're just hooking people up.
Well, see, Chris, as you know, there's something on the way that we don't talk about.
Yeah.
No, that's all right. I tend to just give shit away because I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
you're gonna come out. I'm gonna hook you up. You're gonna pinstripe the van, and we're gonna make you famous. That's what we're gonna do.
No, I do. I just had a guy message me tonight about doing door logos on a 72 Chevy for him. I mean, I've done a lot of that stuff, door logos on pickups, and
send me some examples. I completely trust you. I just want to see your work because I'm very interested. Let me ask you this. So the way I was going to do it, because my blue truck, I was going to letter myself with Talking Mopars. And based on the research I did, because I'm not an artist like yourself, the way I was going to do it was I was going to have vinyl printed, but only take the negatives, just so I had, you know what I mean? The negative. Yes, exactly. I was going to take one shot and I was going to let it get tacky and peel it and then weather it myself.
Yeah. So how I do that?
Yeah.
I paint it. I don't use a stencil, and that's fine. People do
because you're
that,
because you're a real artist, not me. Okay.
It don't matter.
Yeah.
So I paint it, and just like you said, you let it get tacky.
Mm-hmm.
I basically, if I can touch it and it doesn't come off on my finger, but it still has a tack to it, I mix a 50% mineral spirits and rubbing alcohol, and then I wipe it in the directions of the brush strokes, and it takes it away naturally. Because when you go up and you put paint on, it naturally goes on thicker at the beginning of your stroke, and then it loses paint as it gets to the bottom.
Okay.
So it takes it away just like time will.
Oh wow.
So and then that way you get it'll bring out the stroke lines and stuff through it too.
Wow.
So, but there's other ways of doing it. People will also wet sand it. People will buff it. They'll do a lot of stuff.
Because for me, this was one thing that I was thinking of where I was like, okay, I'm on the fence still, because I do have, the old school Hemi head font that I use for Talking Mopars, but it's also a 70s van. So I've been on the fence whether I want to keep it the way it is on brand, essentially, or if I want to get kind of crazy and kind of old school with it. I think I want to keep it on brand, but I want to add some sort of a flair to it. As it is, weathered Talking Mopars logos, like on a van, it would be cool, but I think there's something that could make it pop. And because I'm not an artist and I don't have that vision, I'm going to let you figure that out. But I definitely, I want you to prep the van, dude.
I'll send you a picture. I had a restaurant come to me and they wanted their logo, and their logo was god awful. It's like late 80s, early 90s, kind of blocky. Half the letters are capital, half are lowercase.
Oh, yeah.
It's just mixed out throughout.
Mm.
And he's like, "This is what I want on the truck." I said, I'm just gonna tell you from my standpoint that it's not gonna work, because it was a 66 D200 crew cab. So it's not gonna work, man. And so I drew up something, and when he came back, and he'd luckily brought a friend with him, he came back and his buddy was like, "You got to do that. Don't do yours. You got to do that."
Yeah.
Because it fit the restaurant. It was kind of a Westerny kind of theme. I did kind of a Westerny kind of font with their character, and it really did work out. So, and I weathered that one.
Wow. Yeah. Oh man. Gosh, it's fun getting to know people that are way smarter and way more talented than myself. This is great. I've got all these connections all over the country.
Now, smart's kind of, you're really pushing it there.
If only I had a friend who got Mopars for really cheap and lived somewhere in Southern California. I just need that friend.
What do you need?
I tried too when I had a nice little stash of cash before I bought the Mr. Norm truck. I tried to weasel something out of Johnny, but he wasn't having it. I was like, really, man? I thought we were friends. Come on. I'll double your money on whatever car you want to sell me.
Oh, well.
Hey, Chris.
Does it have to have 2 doors, or is 4 doors okay?
I said the cars just
like
follow Johnny home.
Oh, yeah, they do follow Johnny home.
Yeah.
There's a real nice H code Dart for sale here in Vegas right now.
Really? What's that story on that one? How much is that one?
Yeah,
it's on Craigslist. It's on Craigslist. I was gonna go look at it today, but hey, I stopped getting projects.
Yeah.
It's a 70 Y2 yellow 340 4-speed car.
Really?
The number transmission is there. The motor's long gone, but it's an original H code. He's asking $6,500 for it. Very, very solid. It's a great car. It's on Craigslist.
Wow.
So that's an interesting point. You know, you got in our area, Craigslist is dead. Offer up any of those, they're dead. Like, I don't find anything on Craigslist anymore. It's like people just completely abandoned it around here.
See, I think Craigslist screwed up by charging people. It was fine, and then Facebook came along and wasn't charging anybody. Then Craigslist is like, "Oh, we're going to charge $5 now," which isn't that much, but
well, I think it filters out a lot of the junk and scammers too.
It does.
It does, but they also added dealers with general population type stuff, and it really
that pisses me off. That
it does me too.
Yeah.
I find the filters stink on Marketplace on Facebook. It's like, okay, I only want to look at, say, I can type in Dodge, 1989 and older, but I'll still see like 16, brand new Dodge dealership links before I see anything, and it pisses me off to no extent. It's like, that's not what I want to look at. Why are you trying to tell me what I want to look at?
Yeah. Absolutely. I've been having problems with Marketplace on my phone. For some reason, it's not letting me filter stuff, and it's been pissing me off so much. I've just been giving up on it. But I may have a solution to these problems. I'm still working on it. It's definitely a project in the works. I'm also working on a replacement for Facebook for Mopar enthusiasts, but we'll talk about that another day. I just think there's something lacking in the classified world. I just wish there was a place where you could go and I know there's Auto Tempest, and a lot of people have asked me what I use for the Mopar Hunter, and at first it depends on how I'm feeling. If I'm really behind and I need to get a bunch of cars posted, because I like to post 3 a day, I will use the search all Craigslist,
search Tempest or whatever.
Yes, I use that a lot. The problem is I found out, and I don't know what it is in the system, but I seem to find different stuff if I just go state by state and just randomly pick. So I have a list that I go to. Like if you were to look at all my posts, you could almost see the pattern of where I usually post from, and it usually goes from West Coast to East Coast. Usually, sometimes it's the opposite, because I like to start in my home area. But I do like Search Tempest because it allows me to open up everything in the country, and even in Canada if I wanted to, and search the whole area, and it allows me to cover more ground at one time. But I've been seeing a lot of the same stuff over and over again, and every week is different. But I noticed that there are definitely seasons for cars. It was dead over the winter. It was really dead, and that's why in the beginning of the Mopar Hunter I was posting 6 a day. And that really leveled off really quick, where I was like, oh shit, there's not enough to keep posting 6 a day. Plus, at that point, I wasn't using Search Tempest. I would just randomly pick states, and I didn't have a concrete system, so I would keep picking the same state and seeing the same shit. So I had to figure out something else. And then somebody mentioned to me Search Tempest, and I started using that, and that was a big help. But I don't know. That's one reason why I started doing content like this, because I just didn't see the longevity in just sharing cars all the time. But now I do it. Now I purpose. I'm sure a lot of people are like, why does he keep posting this? I do it on purpose. How about that? I post the ones that I know is going to piss people off, because that's what brings you guys to the Mopar Hunter and gives me views. Okay. There's the secret. There it is right there. So when you wonder why they're all overpriced pieces of shit, it's because I pick them. I personally like to see what people say, and I wish I could answer all the comments, especially the funny ones, but I don't even have enough time to look at them all. There's so many. So I just have to.
It depends on, especially if the price is like just astronomical, man, you get like 1,000 comments on that one.
Yeah.
Secret. And the funny thing is when you actually get one that's priced good and it's a good car, you get like five comments and 1 million likes. It cracks me up. Where were all those guys when they were bitching about how high the other one was?
I actually want to do the page. The poor people are trying to buy Mopars again page. I always forget the name. What's the name exactly again? I keep forgetting.
I see the poors are trying to buy Mopars again.
I see the poors are trying to buy Mopars again. Great page. That actually inspired me. It gave me an idea for another live podcast type thing where I go on and I just read all the comments on all the favorite cars that I posted. Like, oh, this is one I picked on purpose because of this. Let's see what people are saying. Because some people say some funny stuff. And there's a lot of people that I would love to just sit and comment and just, have a fun little back and forth with, but I just don't have the time. But I was like, that would be a great way to get to respond to all these because some of the stuff that is said is so ridiculous. I'm just like,
yeah, there are some that's way out there. And then you have there's like 3 or 4 dudes that comment on every single one you post.
Oh, the same ones. Yeah.
Truth be told, I think we're losing a couple of good cars with some of this feedback because I'm not sure if you guys noticed, but I think on Tuesday or Wednesday, there was a 70 or 71 446 pack CUDA, numbers matching, shaker hood car. The guy posted it, B5 blue. A lot of people because he wouldn't post a price. I was PMing the guy because he's over in Ohio and he's close to where I'm going to be moving to.
Mm-hmm.
Him and I were talking and he gave me a rough figure of what he wanted for the car. I'm on the fence about getting it. We don't touch base for like maybe 2 days. All the ads are pulled. He said he got too much grief and he's not sure he wants to sell it anymore.
Yeah,
it's true.
Yeah, I've gotten some hate. I've actually had my buddy Paul reached out to me. There was a 71 Charger RT. It was plum crazy purple. It was up in like the Northeast somewhere, and it was like it was like $5,000. And he reached out to me. I had that thing in the chamber ready to go, and he reached out and said, "Don't post this car." And I was like, "Shit." And he's a buddy, so I was like, "Okay, I won't. I'll let you go take a look at it." He didn't end up buying it, but stuff like that, God, it's tough because I'm on both sides of the fence. I'm on the side where I'm like, I need as much visibility to my page as possible so I can grow my brand and what I'm doing. But at the same time, I don't want to screw over my fellow enthusiasts, like Ramiro that are trying to get these cars. And these poor people I can only imagine the amount of calls they get of just people talking shit. Like,
oh, yeah. Well, you see on that page, people post their messages they get when they're trying to sell one.
Yeah.
Well,
and they're not good. People just drag them through the mud.
I guess he told one of the guys to fuck off or something, but he ended up getting reported to Facebook. So he got all upset. He took down all the ads. And it's a legit 6-pack numbers matching car. And he's not asking too much for it. I mean, he's asking mid to low 20s, I think was what he was asking.
I thought that was reasonable too.
There was a killer 70 FE5 6-barrel car. It was A22 car, I believe. The car was nice and it was 110, and I don't see where or why not a 70 CUDA, a V code A22 car wouldn't bring 110 in the condition that car presented in pictures, at least in description, and people just drug that car through the mud. But
that's why I like people like Mike Coffey who love those morons because he drags them through the mud, and he always wins. I was talking to him about that 70 Barracuda that he was asking like 25 for. And I saw it and I was like, yeah, sure, it's a Barracuda, but good luck finding another one that's solid. You know what I mean? It's like you have to look at the cars individually and not as e-bodies as a whole. Because first of all, the prices are all over the place for a reason. Second of all, most of the people that talk shit couldn't even touch the car. I can't
even touch the car, but I'm not a price basher, so
that's why I would never bash price. If I'm not in the market, I might make a comment like this is kind of crazy, but I would never call somebody and bitch out their price or the amount of people like you were talking about, Bud, the same handful of people. I'm like, all you have time for is to talk shit on these cars. I'm like,
I won't,
obviously, I won't say his name because obviously I whatever. But there's the one guy that gives like a rundown of why the car isn't what it should be, why it's priced too high, how much it's the same. And it's like, and one day I finally said something. I don't think he posted on any of your posts for like 5 days, and then he came back. I didn't say anything mean. I just said, do you actually make an offer, or do you just bitch about it every day?
You want to know what's funny about these guys is some of them reach out to me and they're super nice when they talk to me, like in like private messages. They're like, "Hey man, love the truck." So I'm like, "Wow, I was just getting ready to bash the hell out of you, but I guess I'll just be quiet now."
No, and I'm not trying to bash anybody. I just price bashing just drives me up the wall.
It drives
because
me up the wall.
Here's the way I look at it. If I was going to sell a car, would I not want to get top dollar for my car?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If they had the car, I wish that those people had those cars, because if they're, I mean, I see guys talking about, oh, I'd give you $1,500 for that '69 Charger, and I'm like, I wish you were the asshole with all the Chargers so I could buy them from you for $1,500, because you know damn well they wouldn't sell them.
He's in the middle.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about those guys, because I've come across those guys. Like, there's this guy that I know. I'm not going to say his name, but I thought it was hilarious. I think he needed a fender or something like that to a Duster or a Dart or something that I had, right? I sold it to him for like, $100, and he's like, $100, man, that's kind of pricey, right? It's like, that seems reasonable to me, sell it for $100. And then a couple of years later, I needed something like a fender or a hood or something like that. And he wants like $200 for it. And it's like, why is it when you buy it from me, it's like too high? And when you're selling it to me, it's like, it's gold all of a sudden,
Yeah.
Those guys are just like, that's how they roll, man. They'll bitch about it when they're buyers, but when they're sellers, it's top notch. So
I've price bashed one person on Facebook, and it was in December this last year. There was a 7446 pack Roadrunner that I found in New Mexico. Nice. Super solid car, but it had a Dana out of a 67. It had a 68 18 spline and a 70 warranty block. No fender tag. The only thing on the car was a VIN that would tell you it's a 6-pack car. I passed on it. The guy was asking $25,000 for it. Good driver, beautiful B3 blue car. I passed on it. Then it showed up on Facebook Marketplace for $60,000 late December. Guy had the exact same description, but at the very end he said it's original. Everything's listed on the fender tag. I messaged the guy. I go, can I see the fender tag? He goes, I don't have it. I go, well, I think, I think I'd like to see it before I make an offer on the car. Oh yeah, he goes, it's at the body shop. I'll send it over to you. But I had called him out on the actual thread and said, hey, can you please post a fender tag so we can check out these options and whatnot that you're talking about? Long story short, him and I got into some beef via private messaging. And I said to him, look, I go, I know the car. I almost bought the car before you did. And I have all these videos of the car. And I have the previous owner telling me that it had no fender tag. He comes back and says, well, I found it in the glove box.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the famous, what was it, the 70 V-Code Cuda out of Florida. That was a yellow car that had been it's a known body swap because they found the picture in the console. Yep. The guy took a picture of them restamping the VIN on the radiator support or something.
Yep. Oh, gosh.
Wow.
And
there's a guy out in Florida, Gus. He's always got those cars. You watch like on a lot of the Mopar trader pages, and it seems like every month he has another one. Wow. I don't know where he finds them. That's all he does is he flips e-bodies.
All this said, there are cars that are ridiculously priced. I'll be
no, and you're not wrong at all. I don't believe me. I agree with you, but
they're just the problem is you get all these armchair Barrett Jackson.
Yeah,
I'm like, I just don't understand. The simple concept. It's a simple business concept. It's called supply and demand. I'll never understand why they can't understand that, and it just bothers me. The biggest thing that bothers me is that I know that they're not even close to the market of buying these cars, because if they were somebody that was close to the market of buying these cars, they wouldn't have the time to.
That's the conversation I had with the one guy about the 70 Roadrunner convertible that was posted. The guy wanted $28,000 for it, and the one guy came in and talked about how it was a basket case, but in the pictures it was a complete car. I legit looked at a basket case 70 Roadrunner last summer. Not numbers matching. It was an EV2 car, but it had been like had been clipped. So I think that they'd put half of the rear clip on it because it was in a tornado in like Arkansas, some weird story. Half the building fell on the car, and that guy wanted 30 grand for that car, and it was a legit basket case. So I'd said, just like you said, 824 or so convertibles built in 70. How many come up for sale every day? So the guy who owns it ultimately gets to set the price. If someone wants it bad enough, they'll buy it.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, that's what the price is, right? When the buyer is willing to pay something that the seller is going to be happy with, you meet in the middle. So you can put all those high prices up there, and if there's no buyers at that price, then that price is either going to come down or that guy's not going to sell that car,
Correct.
And there's plenty of examples on Craigslist right now. I see them every week. It's the same car. It's still for sale. There's always a reason why it's still for sale. If it was a good deal, it would have already been gone. Even if it was a decent deal or a car rare enough where somebody wanted it bad enough, because I just don't understand how people don't understand the concept of, six-pack CUDA. Yeah, maybe it needs full restoration. The guy who buys that car has the money to do that. You know what I mean?
That's one of my favorite comments. 30 grand for that, another 60 grand to restore it, and you're not even gonna get 40 for it. It's like maybe
that one
that's
pisses
what
me
the guy
off.
cares.
Yeah. That's what pisses me off the most, because I've always said, God, give me some money and see the kind of shit boxes I bring home, just because I know I can afford to have them restored, because I want that car. I don't care how much it, because I'm not a flipper. These people talk like they're flippers. It's like, you're not a flipper.
People lost their mind when have you seen the pictures of my RT and how bad it is? And people are like, "You're going to restore that?" It's like, yeah, I only made 2,700 RTs in 71, and it's the original engine. I've tracked down the original owner. I got all this, history on the car. Why not?
Yeah,
but
I've sold a handful of cars in the last 2 years. I always start a little bit high, because I know if somebody at least comes to me, if I know I'm asking high, I'm going to negotiate and I'm going to come down some.
Absolutely.
But it keeps the the grassroots people away, because I don't want to waste my time on those.
Yeah.
But if somebody's coming to me with a somewhat of a higher asking price and they know I'm going to negotiate, at least we'll end up somewhere closer to where I want to be.
I've been trying to figure out. I think there's a business somewhere for me in being the middleman and filtering these guys out and being like, "Hey, just give me your." Because this is also another idea I had, was because I felt bad that a lot of these people. I've had people reach out, not people, maybe one or two people in 6 years that have reached out and said, "Hey, take my car down." And I've been like, huh? And they're like, for one, I don't need help selling. I really think that I started a trend for these people on Craigslist going, don't need help selling. Because
talking about you,
I started getting suspicious, because I started seeing it become a trend over the past 5 years. And I'm like, that's weird. I just started this 5 years ago. So maybe maybe it has something to do. But there's got to be something there where I could be the middleman. Or the idea that I had was not even posting the ad, just posting a picture of the car and just making people hunt them themselves, and just be like, oh, here's one for this price, and then just letting them price bash it, because they're never going to know where it's at. And if somebody wanted it bad enough, they're going to go on Craigslist and find out where it is, because I'm not the only guy that fucking hunts Craigslist, obviously. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's everybody's hobby. I'm just the dummy that started a page and just grew it from there. But I anybody listening to this, if you need your car posted, I will post it for you. There's a small fee involved, but I will be the middleman and I will make sure that only people with money. It's like, that was hard for me when I actually had, before I bought the Mr. Norm truck. Speaking of which, all you people that price bash, you don't want to know what I would ask for the Mr. Norm truck if I were to sell it. Okay. It would be ridiculous and no one would want to buy it because I would price it so high. But God, the idea that people just sit there and just wait for these cars to get posted only to talk shit, and the amount that they talk, I don't know where they come up with this free time.
They're like Blake. They're like getting all these great ideas and they're writing them down. It's like, all I need is a car posted, and then I'm going to drop this.
They sell Cliff Notes at Buc-ee's.
Yeah. They probably have like a Word document open with all the responses to all the ads. And they're like, I'm just going to copy and paste this one today. And they put it on there. It's funny. I mean, it's entertaining on one hand, but it does get old, especially when I don't know what's more annoying. I've had a couple people that say the same thing on each post that is like just one word or something. Like there was one person, I forget what they were writing, but it was like the same thing over and over, like, wow, wowza, wowza. And I was just like, on every post, like, and it's the same thing. I was like, they have to be copy and pasting, and no way they're writing this every single time. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
but it's entertaining, but at the same time, like, I know it gets old. I watch how many people unlike the page, and it's surprising to me that more people don't just jump ship. But I think it's just because the idea of the Mopar Hunter when I started it was to be like the Facebook version of Auto Trader, because as a kid I would go in there and I would highlight all the cars that I really liked, so I could and I would dog ear the corners of the pages so I could always go back and just look at him and show my dad and have him keep turning me down like, we don't have the money for that. Like, come on. Yeah. So I was like, I'll just start sharing all the cars that I find and just see what happens. And I never
made a meme. Somebody made a meme out of that where it's Facebook Marketplace is turned to Joe Dirt reading Auto Trader. Yeah. It's him going, what? You know, doing the
It is too. That's just
appropriate.
So funny. Definitely a trend that I think is just going to get worse and worse, and it might be my downfall eventually. They might be like, man, we can't. I don't know. I've been waiting for a letter from Craigslist.
You have a legit following of people who can't wait for the next one, so you're never going to lose your fan base.
I do have and I've met some of my best Mopar friends from the page, so I'm very thankful for it. And that's the only reason. There's been a couple times where I've been like, I don't want to be the cause of people not posting their cars for sale, because I enjoy looking at them. I just wish these people, like, if you don't like the price, we get it. You post on every post. We get it. You don't like these prices. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have enough time to go find a good deal for me, please. Because the ones I do post that are amazing deals, and it's few and far between, I'll admit that. The amazing deals, the first thing that I see is scam. Now, some of them have been scams. And I realize that, I mean, there's been times where I've been getting cars ready to post at, 2, 3 a.m. So I'm kind of tired. And to be honest, I don't read the whole ad. I look at the car, look at the price, glance through it, and I don't get into the detail, which is funny because there's been a lot of situations where people have pointed things out about the car where later I'm like, oh yeah, no shit. I didn't even notice that, so that's always fun. But
there was just a legit scam in Chicago area.
Oh, really?
Last week, and that Mopar shop I work at, the owner wanted me to. He's not computer literate at all. He's worse than I am. He can't even email. So he wanted me to contact the guy. It was the M Code 68 Cuda or Barracuda. Mm-hmm. Really good looking car. And I called him back. I said, "This is a legit scam. There's no way they're asking $14,000 for this car." Mm-hmm. And he's like, "Well, message him anyways. You never know." So I did, and we never heard anything back. But
there's been some cars where I'm like, could you imagine if it wasn't a scam and somebody just got the deal of a lifetime? Mm-hmm. Johnny Mopar's over here grinning. He's like, "Oh yeah, I know all about that."
Well, I got a slightly better one. I know of a '69 Hemi Charger 4-speed car sitting in a barn, no drivetrain. The Dana's there, and the guy may be willing to sell here in the next year or so.
Crazy price. Do you have a price on it or what?
30-ish.
Okay.
It's rough. It needs some work.
Okay.
No drivetrain. It's got the Dana, but beautiful. It's a B5 blue, white stripe. I think it's a white top with white interior.
And it's got the tag. If it's got the tag, you're in the money.
No tag. I don't think it has a tag. But the VIN's there, the core support, the lip. I don't think it has a tag. I didn't see the tag when I went. So.
God, it's tough with the Hemi cars too, because it's like it is a Hemi car,
and that's the thing. And I would pay 30, 35 for it because I'm gonna keep it. It's a keeper. Mm-hmm. There ain't no meat to flip it at that point.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I mean, how many Hemi 4-speeds are you gonna come across?
Man, especially in that color combination too. That's a good one.
I've came across 0, so
yeah. Yeah, that's definitely that. And see that those are the ones where it's like, yeah, if you're trying to flip the car, it's not a good deal. But if you don't care about the money, some people just, gosh, it bothers me that that so many people don't understand that concept, that not everybody is trying to be, just for an example, it's cliche, but Richard Rawlings, nobody's trying to get a car for so cheap that they can flip every time. You know what I mean?
Right.
And there's those guys with money. Like, I really wish that I could find out how much the 5150 guys are actually paying for these cars, because I'm like, they're pulling some stuff out where I'm like, they must be getting these for either really cheap or
I've met him firsthand. So, I've met him at the Muscle Car Corporate Nationals.
Troy must be a billionaire. Troy's got to be a billionaire.
I did a sign for him. I sent you pictures of it just a little bit ago.
Sign.
I sent you all those pictures.
Yeah.
And and they had two. They had a 68 and a 69, both Hemi 4-speed Chargers at the show. Yep. And I asked for. I didn't ask for the price. I try not to ask anybody what they bought a car for.
Sure.
But I asked for a ballpark, and he wouldn't give me one. Basically, it was like between 25 and 100. It's like, well, that's a pretty broad ballpark. So I understand, and that's his business.
We'll cap it out and say it's probably a 6-figure car. That's what I would assume.
Well, the 68, Tim Wellborn told him not to do anything to it but get it running. He wouldn't do anything to that car.
Yeah.
The 69, he told him to restore.
I saw pictures of it. How good is it in person?
Because it's a great car.
Yeah,
the 68's a great car.
That's
someone stole the shifter. Someone stole the shifter knob off it at the show.
You're shitting me.
What?
Nope.
What kind of a scumbag move is that? Wow.
Yeah. So I found that out. I wasn't there for Sunday. I was only there for Saturday, and I talked to him via Messenger or something. And he said someone stole the shifter knob. So
that's great. Okay. Well, I just said what kind of scumbag would do that. This is a true story. When I was a kid. Right, I would never do this to this day, so please don't judge me on this. When I was a kid, my dad used to take me to the international auto shows with all the new cars. Okay, and I was just a kid. I was probably, ballparking 8 years old, and I remember I would sit in all the cars I could, and I realized I don't even remember what the car was. I got in one car and it was a manual transmission, and I put my hand on the shifter thinking I was cool, and it was loose, and I was like, I unscrewed it, and I was like, huh. I'm looking around, I'm just a kid. I pocketed that thing. We went to that international auto show for, probably until I was 13 years old. And every year up until about 11, I would take whatever was not bolted down that I could put in my little klepto pocket. And I feel like an asshole telling the story now, but I was a kid. I didn't know any better. And at 11 years old, and this is ballpark again, I go in and I'm thinking, here we go again to the show. I'm going to add to my collection. I go in there, every manual transmission car, the shift knob was taken off. Now, either there was another klepto that started getting on it. Maybe I was hitting him first before him, or the show goes, hey, everybody take the shift knobs off the car because we got some moron in here that's stealing them.
Every year.
Here's the thing. I have the box of them somewhere. I don't know where. It's got to be in my parents' storage or something. If I ever find it, I'll try to return all the shift knobs to the original cars. I'll post an ad on Craigslist. I have numbers matching shift knobs, right?
But to answer your question, I think Troy's pretty well off. He sells insurance. Very successful guy, and from what I've heard, I think we have a couple of mutual friends. He's paid very fair prices for these cars.
Really?
Back when Mike got his 6-pack car, he got the one on eBay, and I think he paid mid-30s, low 30s for that one as well.
Wow. Okay.
Well, Troy's a very generous guy. I will give him that. He's very genuine, very down to earth. He would took the time to show my son and the 5150 crew. Took my son around, let him sit in the cars and talk to him about stuff. I enjoy that very much. And he was telling me, because my buddy Ryan Lusk, he's on Luskbill on Instagram, but he was asking him, how do you do it? And he's like, well, you want to start out, go to your bank and get a loan, sell the car before your first payment. And Ryan's like, can't do it. And that's what he was saying. I think he was kind of alluding that maybe that's how he started on some of these bigger ticket items. I can't speak for him, but that's kind of how I felt it's coming across, is that he would get a loan and then they would sell the car for a profit. And that gave them capital to get bigger and better cars until they got going really well.
That's exactly what either he was a millionaire or billionaire, or had a lot of money, or he was just smart about how he did it. Now, it's like that one show, I forget what it's called, but it's like the whole premise is trading up. Like, you could do the same concept with a little bit of cash. You start off with small cars and just work your way up. You start 1,000, then you go 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, and it gradually gets up to the point where you can start being in the money, but you definitely have to go through the trenches unless you start off with a nice sum of cash, which before I bought the Mr. Norm truck, trust me, the ideas were going through my head, but I don't have the space. I don't have the talent to do some of the stuff I wanted to, and the resources once I got the cars that I was looking at, because I was like, oh, I think I could flip that, but it would need this, this, and this. And I realized really quick, I was like, nah, we're not getting in over our head again. I'm just not in that mode. But Troy is definitely somebody I want to get on the show because I want to pick his brain a little bit and just because I loved the fact that he was giving away cars. I loved that because I always said I always said if I made any type of money on this, I would love to be able to give one project car away a month. And then he goes, the Christmas time comes and he does it. I'm like, well, there goes that idea. He's the hero. He's the hero now. And that was amazing. I thought it was awesome.
I was a recipient. I was a recipient on that contest. So
really?
I won a $500 AMD gift card on that.
Nice.
Oh,
nice.
Cool. Oh, right on.
And just to echo that, like I've never met the guy, I've never talked to him, but I guess we were in one of the same Facebook posts, and I was expressing interest in a particular car. He reached out to me, and he had already invested the money to go look at the car, but he had passed on it because it had some hidden issues. This guy contacts me and discloses all this stuff to me and says, hey, he goes, I saw you're interested in this car. Be careful with this, this, and this. If you go, keep an eye out for this. You don't get that nowadays. A lot of people may say, you know what, if I'm passing, just they'll keep it to themselves. But he was cool enough to share that information, and I really appreciate that. He's a really cool guy. I like him.
Yeah, I can't wait I want to get him on the show, Tony on the show, and anybody else from Mopars 5150 that wants to come on. Because I just think what they're doing is awesome. I would love to, I call myself the Mopar hunter. It's self-titled. But everybody here is a Mopar hunter, and people like Troy are like the boots on the ground guys. Yeah. And I'm just like, hey.
He has scouts.
I mean, yeah. Oh, yeah. From what I understand too, I've heard, and this is just me hearing rumors, but I hear they're paid very well for what they do. And I'm like, hey, you need one in the Northwest? I'm here, Troy. Just let me know. I'll go look at some cars for you.
He's expressed many times he'll pay a finder's fee if it leads to a purchase and it's a legit whatever you say it is car. So, but back on that whole AMD thing, if you don't mind,
go for it.
So I got that gift card. I submitted my 60-second video for Instagram's video, whatever restrictions, and I got as I won. I got in contact with AMD. I ordered them a message, and I said, "Hey, all the part numbers of the stuff I want." In the video, I used my charger. My charger is super rusty. My son's charger is way closer to being in paint, so I'd rather get parts for that. And in the video, I said how bad my floors were, and I bought another charger for the roof because mine's so rotten from being a vinyl top car, and on and on and on. And everything I bought, I made sure to get under $500 and nothing that would be shipped freight because that would cost extra. And I'm a broke Mopar guy, like most Mopar guys. So, hey. So anyhow, I get a message that there'll be a freight delivery at my house and someone needs to be there. And I'm like, I didn't order anything freight. Sure enough, I accept. I tell them where I'm going to be. I get to my house and there's a semi in front of my house. So I had ordered a lower front valance for my son's car because his was beat to crap. I had ordered just battery tray, knick-knacky underhood stuff, paint gasket kit because we're trying to get it in paint. Just things like that. They sent a shirt, they sent a banner, they sent all sorts of stickers, keychains, stuff like that, which was way over the top. Anyhow, I was ecstatic for what I'd already got. They sent a full floor pan for my charger.
Oh,
I didn't even ask for that. They added that on top of that.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So that was way above and beyond.
That's cool.
So that $500 gift card essentially became $1,000. Plus they covered freight.
Wow. That's awesome, dude.
That's cool.
Hey, you gifted them that really cool sign. So maybe that was just their way of saying, hey, dude, thanks a lot. That's a pay it forward type thing.
He had just said something about always being positive or something. So this guy deserves it, I guess. I don't know. So.
And, I've said this before. I'm very fortunate that a lot of the Mopar guys I've run into locally as far as buying parts and stuff have been so generous to me based on the fact that I'm younger and they're like, yes, we need to keep this hobby alive. I've gone to many guys selling parts and they just hook me up and they're like, awesome. And, because I always tell them like, when I started the podcast, it would be like, hey, I don't know if you listen to podcasts. I don't even know if you know what they are, but here's my card. Check out my podcast, if you like Mopars and stuff. Or before, I'd be like, are you on Facebook? Some of them say yes, some of them say no. I'd be like, I'm on Facebook. I have this page. If you like looking at Mopar stuff and you like old Auto Trader type style of things, this is like a modern day, social media version of Auto Trader, but it's strictly for Mopars. And they'd be like, oh, wow, you're really into this stuff. Like, yeah, I mean, I'm an enthusiast. And they're like, oh, you probably like this stuff over here. Like I get access to a bunch of stuff that I normally wouldn't get access to. But some of these people are so cool. And they're just not ever like, we always get that. It's that stigma of Mopars. Like everything is expensive, which a lot of it is, let's be honest. But there are the enthusiasts that understand that it's like there's a brotherhood. And you get hooked up sometimes from the right people. And it's just, I've been fortunate to meet some really cool people, all over, even on the internet. Like, it blows my mind, especially when I see all these people that are back to the price bashing stuff. I'm like, gosh, maybe you've just had bad experiences. I see these comments like, oh, this is why I'm getting out of Mopars. And so I'm like, really? Like, I don't know. I've just been more motivated to stay in it because I'm like, okay, one of these days, I think it's a matter of time. If you stay in the game long enough, you will come across a good deal or something crazy, and you're going to be glad you stuck to it. And that's just what I'm waiting for. It kind of happened for me with the Mr. Norm truck. I had to pay for it, but I also have been chasing that thing for 6 years. You know what I mean? So it paid off for me. It cost me some money, like I said, but the amount of happiness I get just knowing that happened for me, I can imagine that it's equivalent to somebody going, I want that Roadrunner down the street that I've been eyeballing for 15 years, and they finally get a chance at it. That's the feeling I get when I look at that car. I can't. It almost brought a tear to my eye the first night I had it in my garage. I was like, I kept going out there and looking at it like, I cannot believe that I've come full circle like this, because I saw that truck. I would have to look at the exact dates, but it was either shortly before or shortly after I saw that truck was when I started the Mopar Hunter. And to think that, wow, I've been chasing the thing for that long, and to think of how long I've been doing it and how far I've come and how many cool people I've met because of it. It's just, anybody that bashes the community of Mopars, I don't get it. They just must not be. They might be just jerks, and that's why they don't run across the cool people that I have. I don't know, but I can
tell you, being muscle car across the board, it's not just Mopars. It's shit. GM, it's Ford. Ford Motor Company, everything. Everybody's got their group that's exactly the same.
Yeah.
So, and they each have their. Obviously, Mopars. It's got more. I don't know how to explain it. It's got the mystique and the flash of the colors and the engines and all that stuff. And GM was like corporate brass and suits and stuff like that. But they all have their same people that do the same thing on every group I'm in. But
yeah, there's definitely a camaraderie, and it's like the 6 degrees of separation is crazy with Mopars. The amount of people like Johnny Mopar that know everybody that know everybody.
It is pretty crazy. It's crazy that I don't know how to describe it, but it's happened like more than one time where you know somebody that knows somebody, and it's like, man, I don't know. It's a small world.
It is.
But, hey,
that's why like Kevin Bacon. Like, it's like Johnny Mopar once went to a car show with Bob, who's friends with this guy.
Well, that guy that I do work for, he's got a 71 Curious Yellow Cuda, and it's a promo car. The VIN's like 100-014.
Oh wow!
And the thing is loaded. It's a legit 2-fender tag car. Well, he had got it back in the 80s and it had been painted black. And some guy had called. I know some guy posted on a group on Facebook looking for a shaker trim. He wanted a original trim ring, and he wanted original bubble. And Steve, the guy that I know, had this stuff. So I said, hey, this guy's looking for this stuff. Are you interested in selling? Well, they get to talking back and forth, and this dude's like, you're the guy that has that black Cuda with the louvers. And Steve's like, no, I have a yellow Cuda with louvers. It used to be black. He's like, yeah, I saw you at a gas station like in 1988, and I tried turning around to come back and see it. and you were gone. But this guy somehow figured this out just by talking to each other.
Yeah.
So that's how deep that runs.
Wow.
Yeah.
Insane. Yeah.
I got a crazy one for you too. It's kind of like that. So my buddy John Jones, right? You know that TV show Nash, I think it's called Nash Bridges, where he's in
Oh yeah.
a convertible. Well, my buddy John worked at some shop that put those cars together, or put the original, I guess the main car, because they had like 5 or 6 of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he was telling me, he goes, yeah, the guy that he worked for was just like a slam bam, thank you, ma'am. And I guess the quarter panels got replaced. They didn't cut the old quarter off. They just put the new quarter over the top of the old quarter or something like that. It was like really shoddy type stuff. But John was the guy that did that. And I remember seeing it, I think in Mopar Collector's Guide, somebody had bought that car and was restoring it after the TV series was over with. And they were talking about how all this crappy work was done to the quarter panels. And I'm like, it's freaking crazy. Like, I know the guy that did that,
Yeah.
So
funny.
I have a question for everybody. How much do you think the Export 71 Hemi Cuda going to Indy is going to sell for?
Millions.
Well, I mean, I want like a number. My guesstimate is $5 million. I just don't know if.
This the gunmetal gray one?
Yes. I missed out. I was that close to being in that collection. I missed out. That was with the 5150 guys. They went to Tom Lembeck's house.
Wow.
And I missed out because we went somewhere else, came back, and I was supposed to meet back up with them. They were gone. They got invited to his house.
So it's a real GA4 car?
Yeah, it's a real 71 Export Hemi convertible 4-speed. It went to France. That was the original owner bought it or ordered it and went to France.
The one that got hammered on in Seattle was what, 3 million? 3.5?
3.5.
Blue
3.5.
right?
Yeah, B5 blue.
B5 blue. Yeah, it was. I think it was 3. I don't think it was 3.5, if I remember.
I know it was 3 or north of 3 because I remember going, holy shit, 3 million.
That was 2014. So here we've moved up, and now this is the Export car. That was also a 4-speed car too. So,
and I think this Export one, it has the rally dash too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. The blue one didn't.
If you add up all the rarity, and you think about the time and the fact that a Hemi Cuda convertible,
and it's all numbers matching. At least the engine is,
and it's all it's a numbers car too. You're talking about the most sought after muscle car, probably across the entire board of muscle cars. Mm-hmm. God, I'm right there with you, and I think it's got to be 5+. I'm going to go ahead and guess higher. I'm going to say 6.5. I'm going to guess 6.5. That's me being generous, but
so it's going to auction.
Yeah, it's going to Mecum Indy, I believe.
Yeah,
Indy. Yeah.
What's the date on that? We should live podcast that.
May. It's like May 24th or something like that.
May 24th. I'm writing that down.
Oh, I can look it up real quick.
Yeah, I want to see if I can play that. I mean, I'll probably get in trouble if I play it on the screen, but I could probably play it on my
it's
TV
May
here.
14th. May 14th through the 22nd. I think that'll be a Saturday car. So
yeah, that's gonna be their halo car probably for that whole event.
They have some killer Mopars going across the block on that one. They also have a 71 V code convertible going through, a 71 V code convertible, a 70, I believe a 70 Hemi hardtop 4-speed going through. Can't remember. Yeah, there's been quite a few being posted lately of what's coming up in May. But
that's a good showing.
Definitely some 6-figure cars there, but that convertible.
Let's come up with some phrases to bash them for being so damn expensive.
You got to bash it in French though.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit scared that it's not going to go north of 3.5.
I don't think so.
I'm a little bit worried, man. There was I think Mecum had the auction last week. A12s, restored ones, were going for about 55, 60.
Really?
Wait, what?
Yeah, 2 of them. Two 812 Roadrunners went last week for high 50s, low 60s.
And they were. Do you have details? Were they numbered? What was the?
I think one of them was. What I had read online was that a lot of people were pulling their cars out at the last second because there wasn't a huge turnout. So it could have definitely been unique to that auction. But and not to get political, but with new infrastructure talk, electric vehicles, I don't see these muscle cars being looked at as investments much longer. So that concerns me a lot, and because of that, I don't think it'll go north of 3.5.
So
I hope so.
We've got a 3.5. We've got a 5. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna be optimistic. I'm gonna say 6.5 because I think there's some guy who's got a lot of money and he's pissed off at COVID, and he's probably a He's a Republican. He's pissed that Biden's in. I'm gonna get political here, and he's got a bunch of money, and he's like, I'm gonna show them. I'm gonna buy the most expensive Hemi Cuda. And the color is what gets me. I don't know why, but I've been obsessed with GA4 for a minute now. It is. I
love it.
God, it is a beautiful color. I know there's a.
It's being.
Go ahead.
I'll say it's being listed as the main attraction.
Yeah.
Well, it's one of 3 equipped with the A833, the only 71 Hemi convertible in Winchester Gray, exported to France, returned in '93. Documented with original broadcast sheet, original French title, and copies of import documents. Matching numbers on the engine and transmission. 354 Dana. Power steering, power brakes.
Is it a Survivor?
Added.
Okay.
It is not a Survivor.
Okay.
That as far as paint goes, no.
Okay, that changes things a little bit for me.
I love that color, man.
Yeah.
It's Winchester Gray, dude. God, that is a beautiful color. There was a 6-pack 71 Charger RT that's been running around. I think it's Winchester Gray. 4-speed car, I think, if I remember right. That car, I was in love with that car. God. But if it was a Survivor, I would stay firm on my number. I'm still going to stay there because I already said it. But probably. God, I just think that there's people that have money that saw what the other one went for. And it's tough because I agree that maybe people are looking at them as not investment cars, but I know that the people with that type of money don't give a shit about that kind of stuff.
We need Alan Lewenthal and Brett Torino to be competing against each other. On that car.
Yeah,
That's what we need.
yeah. God.
Hey, Blake, you got some messages from Kurt.
I like this. I like this one. Like, yep.
Yeah, Kurt, is Blake mechanics only? I'm not sure I quite understand. Is like, do I only do mechanics, or
maybe he's making a play on OnlyFans? Maybe there's maybe Blake's gonna start a mechanics only page.
Mechanics only.
$4.99 subscription.
I think he's asking if you're a shop and you just do mechanic work.
No, this is my sideline for the time being. So I am a full-time. I am a mechanical engineer, and I work in chemical production industry. So that's what I do as a day job. This is what I do because I love it. So
he needs a paint job.
He needs a paint job.
Oh, that's where
it's DIY Hemi, not DIY paint, buddy. Hey, Kurt, if you really want to jump on, I'm going to be on here for a little bit longer. I know we're going long, but screw it. If you guys got other stuff to do and you want to take off, go ahead. I've been drinking a little bit, so I'm going to hang out for a little bit longer.
You too?
I'm going to pound.
I only brought 4 beers down. I'm
going to bounce, but I was going to ask Blake if I don't know if your camera is very mobile, but it'd be kind of cool to see that CUDA behind you.
I've been wanting to talk to him a little bit about that.
Yeah, I have it. It's a USB camera here. I have clipped to the monitor. So let's see.
Oh, okay.
I've been sitting underneath. So I actually have I just pull the K from the bottom because I didn't want to scratch any of the paint. Try to keep it pretty consistent. There's the 340 that came out of it. Let's see, there's the 318. See, there's my car.
Nice.
Chilling.
What's the time frame on the CUDA build, Blake?
Really? So the actual swap is only takes about 40 hours to complete. But because we are documenting the tar out of it and we're doing our full video series, really the video series we're doing it's going to apply for A, B, and E body. So, we're doing a sequential video series on YouTube, just walking people through step by step. We get a lot of questions that are repetitive through our website. And it's like, hey, I want to swap a Dart or a Duster, or I want to swap a CUDA, what do I need? And like, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, man, it's, we get the question so much, it's just easier to have a video and say, like, just go watch this video and it'll iron everything out for you. So we get a lot of that. So that's what takes the time. So it took, I think, going slow. The whole job was actually not just this car. So I don't know if you follow along with the series, but basically we had a friend of ours, a client, a local car guy. He had a pretty nice collection. He brand new bought in 2005 or 6. He bought an SRT8 Charger with the 6.1, and he kept it all this time, babied it. His son drove it a little while, and then he had this car, this pink one, he actually built for his daughter in California. So his brother lives in California, and he would fly in for a week at a time, and they would just have all the parts stacked up, and they would just work on the car for a week at a time. And they did that over the course of a few years, I think like 2 years, 3 years, something like that. And they built this car, and it was actually a featured car in Mopar Action, I believe, at some time.
Really? Huh.
So when the car was done, because it was for his daughter, who was in high school at the time, he flew his daughter out to California to meet his brother, so her uncle, and they drove the car from Cali all the way to Baton Rouge, to Louisiana. So it's pretty cool car. It's pretty sweet. It's an older restoration. Well, anyway, he had this car, and it needed a refresh because the 340 was, if you ask me, I think a combination of things. I think the timing was a bit off. I think the carburetor was not jetted just right. And I think the camshaft in it was a little too big for the 340. It sounds like a bat out of hell amazing, but it falls on its face. I mean, it can't get out of it. When I've driven it, it couldn't get out of its own way. So it's kind of all bark and no bite. So I needed the refresh, and he said, look, I want to do this late model Hemi swap, and he was looking for a 6.4, but he really loved the way the intake and everything looked on the 6.1. And 6.1s, for some reason, they still command a pretty high price. They don't make them anymore. People just love aesthetically how they look with that aluminum intake manifold. And he said, well, man, 6.1s go for just as much, if not more, than the 6.4. I can't find a 6.4 for a decent price. I really can't find a 6.1 for anything, less than $5 or $6 grand, But he had this 06 Charger, and I mean, this thing he didn't even have creases in the seats. Like the two-tone suede and leather, all that was in great shape. And he says, well, let me look at the book value of this car. And the book value on those earlier SRT8 Chargers trade-in is like $6,700,
Wow.
$8,000. It's very low. And that car was immaculate. He knew all the maintenance on it, and he really took care of it. It had 96,000 miles on it. So he just looked at it and he said, well, instead of paying $7 grand for a 6.1 that I know nothing about, what if I just take the 6.1 out of this car that I have in my collection and then sell the body? And that's what he did. As soon as we pulled the 6.1, that was part of the package, right? We had to pull the 6.1 out of the Charger, but leave the body as undisturbed as possible for the new buyer. This new buyer had a couple engines laying around, but no car. So I think he paid like $3,500 for the body, which is really a steal because of how clean it was. And so really he's in this 6.1 for like $3,000 if you think of it that way. I mean,
Wow.
Financially, it makes a lot of sense, you know. So it was the right way to go. And plus, he knew that it was a well-maintained engine because he was the only owner.
Yeah.
So we had 4 hours in that, just being really meticulous, pulling the 6.1 out of that car. Bid 40 hours on this, but it's really going to take us like, I'd say about a month and a half, because we like film everything. So we get all the parts line up, you know, get the shoot, make sure we have all the information that we want to communicate, and, you know, having a full-time job, you know, we do this after hours. So I'd say typically 4 nights a week. I put my kids down around 7:30, 8 p.m., and I'm in here till about 1:30 in the morning, and then wake up at 5. So it's
hardcore, man.
It's a hustle, man. But
hey,
that's the grind.
My dad and I can tell you right now, we thank you for those videos because we've honestly been considering something to put a 392 Hemi in. So we thank you for what you offer to the community, and we thank you for the videos.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, that's what it's about. You know, our website started out as just a resource. I mean, I came background, and I've said this many times, is years and years ago, I was always a Mopar guy, but all the speed shops around here were GM and one Ford. I was in the early stages of the LS swap movement, so I got to see that whole market unfold and learn how easy it was. And nobody did that for the Mopar. So we really started out we just wanted to help, you know, people say, hey, look, it's very easy. It's very doable. It's not, you know, all mystic, you know, confusion and really complex like some people are making it out to be. It's really not. It's, I mean, in concept, it is identical to the LS, like identical, like all the provisions you have to take and what you have to do, it's identical, but it just makes more power. So that's my opinion. But anyway, it started out as that, and my friends and I, we really got to looking at it, and we said, you know, this needs to be bigger than this. You know, it needs to be more. And that's when we started developing swap components. And like right now, we just got, as I was talking about earlier, you know, so actually I had to, you know, get to the drawing board and physically design, you know, do all the engineering diagrams, stuff that I do at work, but we've now converted into, you know, full swap harness. So
that's awesome.
And the LS guys have been having standalone harnesses that you could get for $450 for almost a decade. You know, why does it cost $2,000 for a Hemi? You know, I don't know. So it's one of those things. We really just want to help first and foremost. I think that's kind of like our mantra: Hemi swap the world. Like we really want to see that become a thing, and you know, offering products to help that along just seemed like the right way to go.
Yeah, Blake is a legend in the making. I'm telling you this. I'm not even trying to polish your knob, dude. I'm telling you that I'm telling you, people are going to be like, hey, DIY Hemi was in it from the beginning, and the Hemi swap movement has come such a long way because of innovators like yourself, dude. So yeah, I definitely second that sentiment. Like, good job, Blake. Thank you, buddy. You're doing great, man.
I hope it keeps going. Man, what we're seeing in the demand of the website, and I mean, it's like a continual bleep of hits. Like my phone's constantly going off, bling, bling. You know, so and so from Colorado's on your website. You know, because it'll give generic coordinates. Like it'll say when someone logs on our website, you know, what area. Like, hey, you have someone from Albuquerque, New Mexico. It doesn't give names or anything, but you know, general cities. So, I mean, we are seeing, you know, crazy stuff, Scandinavia, Australia, like just a lot of action in like up in like Norway and stuff, believe it or not. It's crazy. Sweden, just crazy stuff. And it's just so awesome to see this thing kind of go global. continually amazed. And some people ask me, they're like, "Hey, are you getting mad that Holly is starting to put out all this Hemi swap stuff?" I'm like, "Oh no, not at all." The way I look at it is, the more parts are out there, the more availability there for people to do the swaps. And it's kind of like competition makes the market better. So, that competition, we've seen some really good parts. So like their new oil pan, Holly's oil pan, I'm trying to get my hands on, because it just looks like a very well designed part, and I want to see what it's made out of. I want to test it. So I don't get upset with anyone joining the game. More the merrier.
I agree 100%.
I've looked at that oil pan, and it's aluminum, which is kind of a little concerning to me, because aluminum shreds, it doesn't dent.
That's right. That's right. They have their ups and downs, So I'm just really impressed that they put that much effort into it. I love the stamped pans. I mean, we've been using the Maligns for years, and I've said this before, without them making that first swap pan and mass producing that first swap pan, Hemi swaps couldn't be what they are today, because they would have no provision to put it in an older car, really, unless you had maybe an aftermarket co-member. So just like you said, a stamped pan like that, it can dent and take a hit and keep on ticking, right? A cast aluminum pan, it's firmer, it's brittle. If you hit something in the road with a lower hanging oil pan, you could catastrophically damage it. You could, shatter it. It's, more brittle. But what's also a positive of it is you have a really rigid flange that bolts to the engine block. So with a stamped pan, you get some deflection, right? So it's easier for a stamped pan to leak than a cast pan, when you're talking about that. So they have their pros and cons.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I think I'm gonna bounce.
All right, Johnny, get the hell out of here.
All right,
hey,
we will see you guys.
Hey, tell everybody where they can find your stuff, Johnny.
Can you hear me?
Head out. We can. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Johnny, tell us where we can find your stuff.
Mainly on YouTube, Johnny Mopar, but I'm also on Instagram, no space between the Johnny Mopar, and on Facebook, Johnny Mopar with a space.
Johnny with no H. Let's not forget
no
that.
H. That's right. The H guy's right there.
Yeah.
Right there in the middle.
Don't make him change his name.
He doesn't have to change his name. I'm good.
I like Johnny with an H.
I'll be honest, I hate getting all these friend requests sometimes. I'm that asshole that always denies them, so I'll change it.
I've been getting an influx of them. I'm like, where the hell are these people figuring out who the hell I am? What's going on here? My wife's getting creeped out, though. She's like, hey, some people are liking, I've never heard of this guy, and he's liking pictures of your daughter, and I'm like, oh, God, this is going to be a problem. So I'm about to wipe my Facebook of all my personal stuff here in a minute.
Yeah.
I hope that wasn't me.
It gets weird. Like,
no.
Friend requests, get weird.
They're starting to get really weird for me, and they just, over the past week, I've never been hit so hard, and I'm like, what did I post that is getting attention to my personal stuff? So I gotta figure it out, and I gotta put a kibosh on it here, because if my wife's getting worried, then I need to, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm not very hard to find, so I gotta figure something out there. So it's gonna get turned into either I'm gonna wipe everything out and then just only have people that I know on a personal level, or I have to wipe my family stuff off of that, because it's like, it's personal stuff anyway. So it's like,
Yeah.
But anyways, all right, Johnny, we won't keep you around. You've got Mopars to buy for $1, so get out of here.
Right. All right, guys.
See you, Johnny.
All right, brother.
See
See you later, man.
Later, brother.
All right, brother, you're up. What's up?
All right, thanks. Simple question. I'm looking for a paint job. I live in a little town called Fox Crossing. It's kind of by Appleton. I've got all the body work done, and it's just ready to spray, and it's really just an outdoor or outer paint job. The floors are done, the door wells, everything. So I'm getting quotes of $5,000 from these people to just spray the outside of the car.
What state are you in?
I'm in Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
It's not outside the realm, only because a painter's paint job is only as good as the foundation. They're going to have to do a little bit of whatever to ensure that their job comes out well. Adhesion, promotion, things of that nature. Anything they might have to touch up. So and the materials are astronomical right now. Anyhow,
yeah,
sure. I had the bodywork finished up, all new panels welded in and everything. Bonded primer. I used bonding primer over the top. Reason for that was that I had 3 different layers of whatever you want to call it to paint on. I had bare metal, I had original paint, and primer. So I had to kind of
use like an
pull
epoxy
those all together. What's that?
So you use like an epoxy primer over for your base?
Yeah, some bonding primer that
something that'll stick to everything essentially.
Yeah, pretty much. Because I don't want it coming apart 6 months. I've done that before.
This for a 71 B body?
What's that?
This for a 71 Roadrunner?
Yep.
Yeah, my dad got his done, I want to say about 4 or 5 years ago, and it was it's roughly what you're saying, about 5,000 or 6,000. And I know since then materials have gotten quite a bit more expensive, so that sounds like a fair price.
That's
$15,000
around here.
That's cheap.
It seems cheap around here too. One of the guys that was in the chat earlier, his name's Kyle. I went up to his house to buy some parts, and we're buddies. And he does body work and paint on the side and does restorations for people. And he's doing a 70 Roadrunner right now. That it's vitamin C. It's a beautiful car, and I got to see it when it was midway through body work. And I mean, you're talking about a guy who does the blocking like 5 or 6 times, and his paint jobs are flawless. And I don't really like asking guys what they charge, so I didn't ask him that, but he told me how much in materials alone he uses, because he doesn't use BS. He uses top of shelf, top of the line stuff. He told me he had well over $6,000 in just what I was looking at. Wow. And the car wasn't even painted yet. It was just blocked out. And the countless amount of hours, like I do know the figure of what he's charging or a ballpark of what he's charging. And seeing the work and what he had to go through to get the body perfect before he laid a single ounce of paint on that car. I understand why paint jobs are so expensive, but just knowing that he spent over 6,000 in materials, and if I remember right, the number was 6,000. It could have been 9,000 for all I know, but I know it was well over 6,000. And I was just like, holy, So I mean, it depends. What are you going for? Are you going for a full out show car? Are you looking for a daily? That has a lot to do with it. Because if I'm looking for just something to drive, I'm going to the cheapest body shop I can. Like, well, it's not a show car, so I don't need a $10,000 paint job on it. You know what I mean?
I do want it to look, I guess, stock. I want it to be back to Y1.
Okay.
What is that, Topadana for Plymouth? Or is that the other way around?
Lemon twist.
Yeah, lemon twist. Would like to keep that, but like I said, all the hard parts are already painted with the factory paint. There's no rust really on it, so and it's got a white vinyl top or white vinyl canopy top, and I'm not saying I do have this, but from what I'm understanding, it may be a one of one ever built, because it's an air grabber, white canopy top, white interior, 340 car. I haven't heard anything from anybody. Nobody's ever seen one. Looked all over the internet. Not that says anything, but I'm really kind of crossing my fingers that would be something. But we'll wait and see, I guess.
Is this a car that you're gonna flip, or one that's for you personally?
No, it's mine. It'll never leave my house.
Then I would, if you have to save some money just to get it done 100% right. And as far as the one of one thing, if it was my car and I was really interested in documenting, because I mean, that's really cool. If you have a one of one, you definitely want to be able to verify that. So I would reach out to guys like Dave Wise and see what it would cost for him to come out and actually verify the car. Because at that point, if you can verify the car, then I would say, don't put a $5,000 paint job on it. You're going to want to say, if it takes you 5 to 10 years to save the money, because in the end, that car is it's a very special car if it's one of one. So you want to make sure you don't half-ass it, you know. And I say that, you know, obviously just to say it, but
I was going to ask you guys too. Now I know a little bit of what they do, but it seems like everybody's got a different formula for coming up with one of one. I mean, I know the big things are the motor, the color, interior, maybe air grabber, stuff like that. But then you get into my canopy top that's white, which is a rare one anyway. Not a lot of cars came with the white. So, and a straight delete. So, I don't know.
I'm not 100% sure how. I know it boils down to percentages of options on on that given model, and that's just from reading. I can't tell you that 100%. I'm not like a Dave Weiss or whoever. So
my understanding is that's how it was documented,
times pi
percentages.
I don't think there's exact numbers for.
Right.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Right. So it's documented based on percentages, my understanding. And then that documentation, there was a big fire at Chrysler where it burned a lot of documentation down. So the troves and troves of these banker boxes and documentation, it went up in smoke. So, I mean, you have people with really, really good experience and, you know, have seen a great deal, but I don't think you'll ever get that like 100% verification. This is one of X type stuff, you know?
Yeah. Unless it's an ultra low production. I don't know if you'll find a 71 Roadrunner registry.
I was going to say a registry.
Yeah. Go through and that's not going to be exacting, but you can go through and see how many cars on the registry are FY1 and if any of them have a white top, white interior. That's what I had to do. He disappeared. I was saying that's what I had to do with my Charger. Yeah. It's B7 blue, white top, white interior, and it's the only one on the registry that way as of right now.
Wow.
So, and I don't mean it's the only one built. It's just as of right now, it's the only one that's built up that way on the registry.
With one of one stuff, it's so tough. Yeah. Anytime I like the guys with the red Superbird, that was one that was very, very controversial, and they proved it. They had Dave come out and verify the car, and there it is, because everybody was calling BS on it. And
I was actually one of those people, because I could have sworn, I was one of them, because I thought, I still do. I think Don Gartless has one in his museum. And I remember one at Carlisle about 4 years ago, maybe 5 years ago, and I was trying to look up old photo albums that I see online. Yeah. But right hand, I could have sworn I've seen a red one before.
Wow.
If not two.
Wow. That's correct. Yeah. So, I mean, gosh, like Blake was saying, though, I've heard of the documents going up in smoke, and it's just so hard. And when you get to one of one, at least it's a Roadrunner. You know what I mean? That's a little bit more special, because I'm sure there's some Dart out there that's one of one with some sort of special, special order or something like that. But I mean, the car sounds cool. I wouldn't be surprised if it was one of one, or at least one of really low production. And I get a lot of people that reach out to me, and I say a lot, probably a handful of people in 5 years that have reached out to me to try to break something down of how rare their car is. And every time I've tried to do any research, it always comes down to, oh, well, this amount were produced, this amount of 4-speeds, this amount of whatever engine combination. But it seems like once you start getting into the colors and really specific stuff, there's no documentation of, how many came, with a stripe delete, things like that. Because I don't think that if a car came through special order, that they put it on some special list, like, oh, in case this ever comes up and down the line, at least that I know of. I could be completely wrong, but if I was him, I would definitely reach out to as many resources as possible that specialize in those 71 plus cars. And then like the experts is pretty much where you're going to get your most reliable information from. But as far as painting, I mean, I don't know how you guys feel, but if it is as rare as he says and he's going to keep it, I would say invest the money in it. You know what I mean? Especially if you're planning on showing it or something.
Yeah,
$5,000 seems cheap for a really good paint job. That's just my opinion. In my
$5,000, you figure $50 at 100 hours. That's a cheap.
Yeah,
a cheap shop
that's
rate.
cheap.
No.
That is cheap.
And that's
Yeah.
with no materials.
So,
Yeah,
look, guys,
so that's
you know,
It's probably going to run him at least 2,500.
speaking of
easily.
rarity, it's kind of bouncing back to what he was saying. You know, we're talking about the one of whatevers. You know, just like you were talking about with the wing car, finding that red one, and you know, people were swearing that it didn't exist or something like that. I have a story. So my last 70 was an FY4 car, so it was that Citron Mist, that gold color, right? And I was doing kind of like an AAR tribute with the Gen 3. And so I really kind of got into the AAR registry, just like y'all were saying, you know, wanting to know, you know, what were frequent options? What if I went back with the original color on the car? Like, I wanted to see what it would look like with the AAR combination. And the registry had zero. You know, it was like the rarest AAR color out there. There were zero documented cases of an AAR being in that color. They had several of the TA Challengers in that color, but I couldn't find a picture, anything, and this went on for years. So I sold that car, didn't finish it because I had an opportunity to buy, you know, the AAR I have now. So, you know, now that I had this car, I'm like, okay, I have a 6-barrel car. Like, I really want to kind of do some research on that. So I participated in a lot of the group pages for it a little bit more closely, just soaking up as much information as I could. And after 2 years, well, let's say I was on the page for 2 years, maybe more active in it in the last year or so. But after being on that page for so long, this woman posts up and says, hey, you know, just join this page. My husband and I have an AAR. And, you know, here's our fender tag, you know, just